時も手を出せば消えそうでためらうその背中押してくれたのはバラバラのかけらたち拾い集めて繋がって過去と未来のストーリー終わりが始まりに始まりは夢へと続き小さな光は果てしなく広がってゆくから走り出した新しい物語は色あせることない記憶守り続けたい大切な想いがあるからね見えない真実だけが世界を照らし出すものならもう後戻りはできないその向こう側への約束した明日へ宇宙の彼方銀河にある一等とさえ満たさない星粒静かの海を見上げた夜今わずかに歩き出すこのストーリー指先でなぞった誰かの夢の輪郭 You already know the meaning そのために大きいこの空の向こう側で僕を見つめている怖いほどに優しい視線ここで交わしたかけがえのない一つの約束は闇を照らすように導くそんな世界線特別なこの場所 輝きも手を出せば消えそうでためらうその背中をしてくれたのはバラバラのかけらたち拾い集めてつながった過去と未来のストーリー終わりが始まりに始まりは夢へと続き小さな光は果てしなく広がってゆくから走り出した新しい物語は色あせることない記憶守り続けたい大切な想いがあるから目に見えない真実だけが世界を照らし出すものならもう後戻りはできないその向こう側への約束した明日へ Oh, 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 oh. 宇宙の彼方銀河にある一度とさえ満たさない星粒静かの海を見上げた夜今は二人歩き出すこのストーリー指先でなぞった誰かの夢の輪郭 You already know the meaning そのために大きいこの空の向 輝きも手を出せば消えそうでためらうその背中をしてくれたのはバラバラのかけらたち拾い集めてつながって過去と未来のストーリー終わりが始まりに始まりは夢へと続き小さな光
I was a little distracted and didn't realize it was already time, but it's time now. Hello, everyone. Welcome on into our Robotics finale. We're about to start and finish phase 12. Yeah, so where we left off, the beans were en route back to Tanegashima to try and stop Misaki. Quack indeed. Hello, Relix. But yeah, we're gonna go fix up first big old robot, and then robot fight, I imagine, is the next step. There is a bad ending we'll be getting as well, because we might as well while we're here. And yeah. I don't think I have anything else. Yeah, quack indeed. Do you want to honk? Get all your sounds out of your systems now. Mm-hmm. Anyways, I guess I'll get right into this, because I think I summed up where we left off fine enough. My face already hurts from smiling. Ugh. The aircraft approaches the skies above Tanegashima. Hi, Relix. The aircraft model has a maximum flight range of about 1,700 kilometers. The 1 comma, then space threw me off. It's a propeller plane, so I thought its range would be shorter, but it's actually more than enough. I figured we'd be landing at the new Tanegashima airport, but Dad announced we'd be arriving. We were headed for the old one. Why can't I speak? I suppose it saves us some trouble if we land there. But the old airport runway hasn't been used in over 10 years. Plus, there are no guidance lights, and thanks to the rain, visibility is poor. I told Dad that he didn't have to land there in these conditions. But according to Dad, there's been no response to the new airport's control tower. It's possible that something happened there. The decision to land at the old airport was made with that in consideration. Well, it's not like my opinion really matters here. I should leave this one to the professionals. Yeah, you should. As the plane prepares to land, we all sit down and buckle up. After Airi woke up, Akiho switched seats and is now sitting next to her, holding her hand to try and make her feel better. It's almost dawn. Tanegashima looks dark from up here, but it doesn't seem like the power's out. In fact, despite it being before dawn, there are lights on inside quite a number of houses. Misane. Are you down there? Everyone, please brace for impact. Outside the door, the ground is already drawing near. When landing at the old Tanegashima airport, you pass right over Nakatane. I can very clearly see the lights on inside of a bunch of houses. That is estimating the position of the runway using only those lights. If he crashed in the middle of town, it'd be a huge disaster. No, I trust him. I believe in my dad. It's then that the frame of the plane suddenly drops. Despite wearing my seatbelt, my body floats up in the air, and it nearly hit my head on the ceiling. Nah, that's the school! We're gonna crash! Oh dear. Yep, that sure is the roof of our school getting real close. Oh dear. The aircraft just barely glides over it. I have some bad news. Oh dear. It appears that due to a malfunction, the landing gear is not deploying. That's not good. Definitely not what you want to hear while on a flight. What? You've got to be kidding me. However, be at ease. I promised to get everyone to Tanegashima. And I'm going to keep that promise. That's what a man of the sky does. Is now the time to be acting cool. Uncle Shigemi, you've got this. Yeah, show us your Tanegashima spirit. You can do it, Dad. Please brace yourselves and protect your heads. Oh boy. We'll be doing a belly landing. The staggering impact explodes under my feet. The intense sound of metal scraping against pavement echoes throughout the cabin. If we overshoot the runway, there's nothing but a cliff at the end waiting for us. Will we stop in time? Stop. Stop! Kaido sound. The shaking stops. The engine stops as well, and the inside of the plane is blanketed in silence. We have arrived at the old Tanegashima airport 4 minutes behind schedule. Ojiramose, welcome to Tanegashima. You're out of your mind, Dad. And stop trying to act cool. Everyone, let's hurry up and get outside. This thing could very well explode at any minute. We disembark and make a dash for the hangar. Oh, there's a bunch of Twips. Hello. Twips, my friend. Mama is a murderer. That's all I can say. Akiho and Imisho. Heard the story. I'll be waiting at the hangar. If you post on that account, people are gonna figure out who you are. Now's not the time for that. Don't worry about nonsense. Oh, landing soon. Did you get your account hacked? Looks like you grew up a bit, Asuku. That's cute. I think at this point it's probably fine to reply to Trips however again. Let me double check. Probably is. No, it only specifies first 3 phases. I don't care. It's probably fine. I'll go with, did you get your account hacked? Because it's funny. No, I got scolded. I'll persevere. Hidaka-kun forgave me. I'll be Hidaka-kun's legs. I have confidence in my stamina. I'm glad you're feeling better. You quit being a wimp. Had a girl. Let's see the real you. I feel like that one is the most Kaido response. Looks like we're arriving at the old airport. I will have balefires up on the runway to guide you. It's raining, but they should last for a bit. No problem. I believe in Mr. Shigemi. Blog updated. Another truth has emerged. There's another culprit behind the mysterious deaths of the Gunbarrel staff. After doing some research on my own, I found out something. With the state we are in right now, telling the police won't do anything. Rather, I think there are police covering up the truth about this conspiracy theory, so I've decided to report it here. I thought that 13 people died and Kurogane Minami fled the scene from the studio of the gun barrel anime, but I was wrong. There were 15 people at the scene, not 14. This is the truth I found in the past few days. This will put myself at risk, but as a journalist I'm going to publicly announce that person's name. His name is Hoshita Sakai. He was the CEO of Happiness For You at the time, and currently the CEO of the lease company, Hoshita. Also, Happiness For You was a sponsor for Gun Barrel near the end of the series. Hoshita has an executive named Morris Lebron, a former mercenary for Glory Air Service, a known French PMC. That very Lebron is the security guard for Mr. Hoshita. On the last day Kurogane Minami was seen on Tanegashima, eyewitnesses report seeing armed foreigners. From testimony, their attire matched the security uniform of Glory Air Services. Perhaps they landed on the island to search for Kurogane Minami. That is an overview of the information that I know now. After this disaster has calmed down, I plan to have an interview with Hoshita. Again, Kurogane is going crazy. What is Kurogane doing at a time like this? Is he stupid? Hey, that GS for real. That Kojiro Frau was talking about. Isn't that the initials for Glory Air Service? And FR means France, I think. A genius arrives. Is Kurogane-san tweeping because his certain the real culprit is the person named Hoshita? If not, it's defamation. Typical from him, but still. Hoshita is invested in companies called Taiyo Development and Commit. Both have made their way to Tanegashima. Are you Kojiro Frau herself? Did you move to Tanegashima to research your mother's disappearance? Speaking of Happiness For You, the popular Kimijima-ko was a founding member. I guess he's the one who created Idoro. I heard that Kimijima-ko was killed 10 years ago in Tanegashima. Kogori Minami and Kimijima-ko both in Tanegashima. Seems like Kogori Minami was trying to meet Kimijima-ko, even though he was already gone in 2015. 2015 again. The Kimijima-ko went to Tanegashima because he knew the other face of Hoshita, but still got killed. Yesterday, I called the Kagoshima and Tanegashima Police Department before the solar storm hit. They both said that there were no research reports on Kurogane Minami. This is all Kurokane's delusions. Kurokane's actions are getting worse, but sure he's making stuff up. I don't think he'll ever do an interview. There's no way to book one in this disaster. Don't take Kurokane too seriously. I feel that the people bashing Kurokane is desperate. Maybe they're just undercover. I found a crazy article in Taboo. Man gets stabbed at a restaurant located in Kabukicho, Shinjuku. Person that died is CEO of Hoshita Co., Ltd. Hoshita Sakai, 46 years old. The suspect is Hiroshi Hamanashi, a jobless 24-year-old. He states his Pokecom told him to kill the man. Currently investigating Taboo News. Hey, is this #Kurokane? Hoshita is dead? Seriously? When is this article from? Yesterday morning. So must have happened between midnight of the 26th and the morning of the 27th. This murder case was treated as a small case due to the solar storm issue. Wasn't this pretty bad? Hoshita was erased. High chance that Hoshita was erased. Tokyo locals are cray. This is like a drama. It feels like I'm in a movie considering the fall of Odaiba. Maybe what Kurokane-san is saying is the truth. But if Hoshita was erased, does that mean there is someone behind Hoshita? Maybe Happiness For You? Must be related to Project Autumn. It's the Committee of 300. If we keep talking about this, we might be erased. Kinda scary. Oh, plant grabbing. I see. Mr. Candy carries Ivy on his large back. Hey, over here. Over here. Juno is there to greet us, waving a flashlight around wildly. She leads us into the hangar. Ew. Oh, it was crazy. Uncle Shigemi was so cool. And I do wish he'd take it down a notch. Speaking of Dad, he was last to exit the plane. He's currently standing in front of it, bowing his head in respect to the damaged frame as the rain pours down on them. Akiha-chan, Yashio-kun, I'm so glad you're both safe. Whoa, what's with the married couple coming off Press-senpai and Yashio-senpai? All you normies should just go die. Nothing else. The two of you are awfully stubborn, I can read. 3 other former Robotics Club members are together in the hangar. And the custom Subaru's leg is covered in mud from the rain. Everyone. Akiho's expression is apologetic as she hesitantly looks at them. He gave her a little push from the back, and she almost falls over. She now stands before Juna, Subaru, and Frau. Akiho looks each of them in the eyes before bowing her head deeply. Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I couldn't protect Gum Bill too. He's gone. Even though we all worked so hard on him. I'm so sorry. It's my fault for being selfish and bringing Gum Bill 2 with me to Tokyo. Please raise your hand, Prez. You guys are still calling me that? But the Robotics Club is... it's gone. You're a president, and that's what I want to call you. I know I quit before, but is it still okay for me to call you that? Press-senpai is so serially serious. I don't recall ever quitting the Robotics Club, so I see no reason why I would not call you Prez. And you're still the president as far as I'm concerned. Everyone. Okay. Thank you so much. She wipes the tears from her eyes. And CT Robotics Club President, Senami Akiho, has returned. Jakin! And she makes her declaration. Akiho strikes a strange pose. Now then, I'll explain the current situation on the island. After moving over to the school, we spread out a map of Tanegashima and stand around it to assess the situation. And this feels kind of like a strategy meeting, huh? It literally is a strategy meeting, SMH. Did we really need to roll out a giant map? Yesterday afternoon, Tanegashima Space Center was occupied by an armed group. There were 0 casualties. Almost all of the workers managed to escape safely. And that's definitely a relief. However, there is one hostage, Chief Sanamiya. Dad. Furthermore, Furukore's house was raided at the same time the TNSC was taken over. Fortunately, Tenoji's-san repelled them, successfully defending the location. My son rebelled in an armed group? Who is she? Don't worry about it. Why did they attack Frau Bo? For my incredible intellect. Too easy. Well, Frau is pretty famous. She's the most notable person in the Robotics Club. Additionally, my dad said he spotted a large army of giant robots flying off the Tanegashima coast. An army of flying giant robots? Please don't say you're hyped or fired up or whatever. Read the room. How can we win against an opponent like that? There may be illusions like the Grand Obelisk. I hope so. What's the evacuation status of the people in Minamitane? The JAXA workers and people who fled Minamitane are taking refuge both here, as well as the gymnasium near the park. When we got to the school, the gym lights were gone and I could hear a bunch of people talking. I'm sure Mom and Miss Senemiya are there. I should probably drop in later. Thanks. I've got a general idea of the situation. Right now, we need to think about what we can do without relying on others. We have a few ways to stop the enemy. For example, we could gather a bunch of semi-trucks and heavy weaponry from around the island, and have everyone hit the enemy with huge kamikaze attack. A huge. There'd be casualties, but we could overpower them with sheer numbers. However, that's only our last resort. We can't just ask everyone on the island to sacrifice their lives, even if it's to save the world. First, we go in as the initial wave. And that's what Gunbill 1 is for, after all. We gotta show the terrorists that Tanegashima has the robot of justice. And the problem is that we're dealing with actual terrorists. We could die. Nobody would blame any of you if you chose to back out now. Everyone, even though you'd be putting your lives on the line, are you still willing to stick by me? Everyone nods without hesitation. Alright, then Kai and I will fill you in on the enemy. The ringleader of the terrorists is Kimijima-ko. He exists in Iro as pure data. I gave Akiho a rundown of everything while we were on the plane coming home. He's trying to massacre all of humanity on orders from a group of shadow rulers called the Committee of 300. Now that they said this, I wonder if he's actually part of the Committee of 300 proper, or he thinks he is, like those couple of guys in Chaos Head. We don't know how many bad guys we're dealing with, but among them... There. Akiho chokes on her words for a moment. But she quickly looks around at everyone's faces and stiffens back up. Among them is my sister, Senemiya Misaki. The room is filled with gasps. Our goal is to defeat the terrorists and stop them from killing billions. Are you really okay with this, Akiho-chan? Akiho firmly nods her head. I'm going to stop Big Sis, no matter what. Faced with such grim determination from Akiko, nobody says anything further. Kyle explained the enemy's goal. You can only imagine he simply thinks so. Kara's head was pretty sure to make it clear that actual members of the committee were effectively gods in terms of raw power. True. The enemy's objective is to launch the rocket currently assembled in the VAB. It's highly likely that the terrorists are loading a black hole bomb onto the hijacked rocket. Wait, black hole bomb? That goes far beyond nonsense at this point. My word. By launching it and detonating it in space, they'll create a magnospheric substorm. And that's Project Atom's primary objective. The details are as written in the Kimijima reports. If you want to know more, you can find them all over the internet. Feel free to give them a read. Additionally, Misane is likely piloting the giant hog. It looks like a spider with 6 legs. That matches the eyewitness info we got from the JAXA members. It showed up at the TNSC. I know I called it a hog, but it's fundamentally different. One of XK's bigwigs gave me some intel about it. In actuality, Swada got in touch with me when I was on the plane. I have no clue how he got my contact info, but he sent me a bunch of top secret files from XCO. Probably NIA, to be honest. Detailed data about the hug's weaknesses, spots likely to wear out, the works. And this hug will likely be deployed as the terrorist's last line of defense. The Spider Hug is an XCO concept model. The Hug X02, codenamed Sumeragi. It's probably the second model. And the thing that attaches to it is apparently another concept model, the Hug X01, Haminagi. Attaches? That's right. Maybe it'd be easier to explain if I said it mounts the spider. Kaminagi is 5.4 meters tall. It's about half the size of Model 1. When I saw it at the expo, I went offline without separating, so I don't know what it looks like on its own. Going by the data, Kaminaki is extremely nimble. It's even capable of full-on sprinting. The robot can run? Wow, that's incredible. It's not hovering or doing anything similar. No, it runs like anyone else. It also has a strong grip. And the file says that it has an accurate finger feedback. In other words, they can hold weapons. Is that so? Regardless, it should be limited to close quarters weaponry. There are no firearms in the world that are compatible with giant robots. Unless they specifically made one for this. In that case, the situation would be hopeless. Model 1 and firearms are like oil and water. What about the spider? The spider's equipped with missiles. It's like an actual weapon. It is a weapon. The concept model was built with military use in mind. Also, it has blades on its 2 front legs. And those blades are what destroyed gun builds you. And the spider can't be operated unless the pilot wears Kaminaki and boards it. The two of them form a set. So even if we destroy the spider, another one will come popping out, huh? Yep, the one with high mobility, no less. So it's a Matryoshka doll then. I get it. Oh boy, a tit. Matryoshka doll, a traditional wooden doll in Russian culture, also known as a Russian nesting doll. The doll is split into two halves, opening from its torso. Inside the doll is a smaller doll that shares the same design, and inside that one is another one. There are often 6 layers or more. No, not at all. Also, Alexco Bigwig gave me another useful piece of information. I was looking into a way to get rid of Kimijima-ko. What? Apparently it's like a computer virus designed to erase him, so this is just data. An anti-Kimijima-ko virus, you could say. With that, it should be possible to get him to stop possessing Misane. We'll be able to return her to her senses. But Akiho doesn't look happy. Even if Misane does come back to her senses, it won't change the fact that she's a terrorist. But even still, if we free Misane for Kimijima-ko's curse, it will neutralize her. Naturally, that includes the Sumeragi and Kaminagi that she's piloting. Then, you wouldn't have to fight? Then how about we just go and see her after the virus is done? The problem is we don't know if we'll be done in time. Assuming that they're loading the BHB now, it'll be raining all day. Launch will be tomorrow. The weather report said tomorrow's gonna be sunny and clear. It's possible that the anti-Kimijima-ko virus won't be complete until after that. I'm starting to see several minimum conditions that we need to clear. First, we need armaments so that we can destroy Sumeragi. Second, we need the mobility to deal with Kaminagi's movement speed. Alternatively, it could boost Model 1's defense so that it can take Kaminagi's attacks. Model 1 Kyumi was really slow, wasn't he? To a hopeless degree, yes. But its defensive capabilities are even worse. The thing might as well be made of paper. It's that bad? It's that bad. Even if we wanted to enhance its armor, there's not much we can do. We might be better off preparing disposable shields or something. But Gunbill 1 can't use his arms. We need to think about that too. We don't have the time to build decent functionality into the arms. If we focus on defense, how would we counter Kaminagi's mobility? What if we had Model 1 fight like M45? No matter how mobile the opponent is, we'll have to come close to attack. They have to stop moving around. What if we kept our movement down, hardened our defense, and waited to counterattack? Would that really work? They only have to buy time for the rocket to launch. Right. They're on the defensive. We're on the offensive. If we wait for a chance to counterattack, we're just gonna stare at each other as time goes by. that's true. Jun-chan's right. We gotta fight if you want to win. Which means enhanced mobility is a must. Let's compare one's current status, Subaru. We've already started work on improvements. Whoa, that's fast. After hearing your speech, we got the gist of your intentions. Wait, you heard that? All of it. We swapped out 2 of the lug motors with monopole motors so far. As far as I remember, Doc supplied us with 6 monopole motors as spares for the Model 2, or for use with Model 1. Clearly, I'm the master of foresight. Oh, come on, say something. Yep, a total master. I lolled. The old motors and monopole motors are the same size, so swapping them is easy. With our current level of manpower, we can do it in under 6 hours. Simply switching to monopole motors should dramatically increase the walking speed of prototype Model 1. But it'd still be really slow. Now let's talk specifics about how to improve Model 1. We don't have time to assess everything from scratch. It'd be in our best interest to utilize what we learned from Model 2. If we're focusing on mobility, we need to strengthen the legs and reduce the robot's overall weight. We may have to give up on the body's defensive capabilities. And things already paper thin, so that's fine. As far as strengthening the legs is concerned, we must consider other methods, aside from monopole motors. I suggest CFRP sheets, similar to the ones we utilized for Model 2. I believe they will be appropriate in order to increase strength. We should also discard the internal engine. That thing's crazy heavy. Plus it's loud as hell. Subaru nods at my suggestion. We'll remove the internal engine and utilize the same laser beam electrical transmission system as Model 2. We have a spare? I do. Doc enters the classroom with perfect timing. Grandpa. I heard you guys are over here. Doc, you really have a spare? I figured it could be used to improve Model 1, so I kept it in the back. That's awesome. You're the best, Doc. Are you even making a profit? I don't care about making profits. I just buy what catches my eye. Nothing more than that. That's so rock and roll. Sure it is. Feel free to pay me back later. Wait, we still have to pay? That's not rock and roll at all. You didn't have a laser gun when I built to Tokyo, right? Didn't take the laser mount gun. You can reuse that. If we exchange the engine with a small battery, it should lighten the robot significantly. Good question about the laser gun mount. Can't we use that as a good weapon? Good point.
武器
A weapon?
常時照射
If we enable it to fire freely, and have Stumpy Gun Barrel hold it,
それでレーザー銃
a deadly laser gun would be born, right?
人殺せる威
You
力
said it that it could kill people before.
殺すなんて発想
Could
は
you
やめ
quit
て
it
く
with
れ
the
ない
whole killing people idea?
私のママ
Mamba was probably killed. So, what's wrong with that?
50億人殺そうと
The
してる
enemy is
相
trying
手
to kill 5 billion people. We might have no choice but to kill them. Which is right. I'd be making a big mistake if I went easy on Yusane.
うちらは
We aren't murderers.
できるだけ殺さ
I
ない
want
で
to do
なんと
this
かなる
without
ように
taking
方法を
lives,
取り
if
たい
possible.
相手がお姉ちゃんだから
I know a big part of that is because she's my sister,
もちろんあるよそこは
but
多
I
めに
hope
見て
you
ほしい
can you can blah 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 blah. I hope you all can overlook that. I'm sorry,
で
but
殺
if we
すし
have
か
no other
手段がない
choice,
ってなった時は
Makiko raises her head.
その時は
If it comes to that, I'll.
お姉ちゃんを
いやパイロ
No,
ットは
I'm the pilot. Without a moment's delay, I cut in.
そんな状況になった時
The
は
situation
俺が何
comes
と
to
かする
that,
よ
I'll handle it. Kai,
すいません
I'm sorry.
部長先輩
I
を
wasn't trying
いじ
to
めてる
bully
わけじゃ
Press
なくて
Senpai. Hmm.
それくらいの覚悟
I
必
just
要なん
thought
じゃ
that
な
we
いかって
needed to be prepared for the worst. I know. Thanks, Robo. It was naive of me to act like we wouldn't have to consider that. Regardless, that transmission's gun's output is too low. If you wanted to pierce the armor on a robot, you'd have to focus on the same spot for a long time. It has less power than a welding laser. But if you want to kill a person, you just gotta shoot their body directly and burn them to death. I don't think I want to do that. Burning Musanne to death with a laser? But I'm fully aware that now's not the time to say that. How about getting some bombs, sneaking over to the rocket, and putting them on
ロ
it?
ケットに仕掛けてくるってどうかな。そうしたら
And then we
相手
wouldn't
のロ
have
ボットさんと
to
は
fight their robot,
その
right?
戦わなくて済むんじゃ。
それはナンセンスです。
And that plan is nonsense.
あのロケットにはブラッ
The
クホール
rocket might
爆
have
弾が
already
積んであ
have
るか
the
もしれないんでしょ
BHB on board.
もしそれが誤って地
If
上
it
で爆
accidentally
発しよ
got
う
detonated
もの
on the surface, the
種子島
entirety of
地上から消滅
Tanegashima
す
would
る
be
かもしれ
wiped
ませ
off
ん
the map. Huh? She really didn't think that the BHP bomb was already on the rocket. Okay.
そんな
I didn't know it was that dangerous. I'm sorry. Oh, Juna.
やっぱりこの
And
状況を
like I
止
thought,
めるのは
Gunbill 1 is our
ラン
only
スワンを
hope.
置いて他にないってことだよ。
でも例の
I'm not
部長
going
の
to
演説
lie.
は
Listening to that speech of yours made me groan.
正義のロボットとか悪のロボ
Robots
ッ
of
トとか
justice,
そう
evil
いう極端な
robots.
価値観で
Only
し
you
か
would
語
use
ら
such black and white terms,
いかにも
Prez.
部長らしかったです。完全懲悪なんて
You're really
この
thinking
状況
about
で持ち出す
good
のは
punishing evil in our
それ
current
こそアニメ
situation.
の過ぎです
You
よ。
watch too much anime.
正義は勝つ
Justice always wins.
うちら
We
が絶対
basically got this in the bag.
強引すぎる二
And
段論
this
法
reasoning of
ですね
yours is forced at best.
そんなシンプルな形
If
で
the
世
world
界
was
が
that
回ってい
simple,
れば
we'd have achieved world
平和だった
peace
で
long
しょう。
ago. I mean, yeah, Subaru, stop being so condescending. But it's like the one thing it's good at.
まあまあ
No, no,
Akiha-chan,
Akiha-chan,
落ち着い
calm
て
down. Grr.
本題に戻りましょう。
Back to the subject at
その
hand.
話は置いてお
Setting
いて
aside the issue of
改良の話につ
armaments,
いて
let's talk about potential upgrades we can make. Subaru has completely taken over. Despite calling her Prez earlier, is the one with whom it looks most like the president, especially to an outsider. About hardness, the torso is hollow, and if the walking speed increases, could even tear off. To tear off?
車みたいにクロモイ
Should
コ
we
ーで補強し
reinforce
ましょ
it
う
with chromoly steel? Much like a car? Chromoly, that's a fun word. Short for chromoly steel. Denim, I don't know words. One of the alloy steels used for general machine structure. It's formed when molybdenum is added to chrome steel to upgrade the processability and weldability, mainly used in France for automobiles, bicycles, etc. Considering the time we've got, that seems appropriate. Plus, we can get some for automotive use right away.
コックピットはどうします
How about the
遠
cockpit?
隔操縦
Should we
式に
go
します
through mode operation? Everyone looks at me. Of course, you're the pilot. I guess they've all acknowledged me as the pilot, eh? You declared you're the pilot, like come on, dude. Well, I figured that'd be the case.
コックピットはそのままだ。
Leave the cockpit as is. That's risky, buddy.
ワイヤレスの遠隔操作
Wireless operation creates lag after all.
ほんの数フレだけど、俺
It
に
may
とって
only be a
致命
few
的な問題
frames,
だ。
but that's the difference between life or death for me.
しかも相手は現在
Plus, our opponent is the best in the
機
world
体
right
性
now.
能は向こうの
She has
方が
much
圧
higher
倒的に
specs
上
and projectile
あっちは飛び道
weapons.
具だと思ってる。だからネガテ
I
ィブ
need
要
to
素
get
を
rid
一
of
つ
as
でも
many
つけておき
limiting
たい。
factors as possible.
乗ったら
But if you ride inside,
一番
the chances of your
死ぬ可能性が
dying
高くなる
skyrockets, Yoshia-senpai.
いい
Are you sure about this?
敵の攻撃を食らった時だ
It's not just enemy attacks you have to
戦闘中
worry
に転
about.
倒でも
If
し
you
よう
fall
も
over during battle,
それだ
that
けでき
alone
っと
could
死ね
kill
ますよ
you.
やるしかないでしょ。
I have to do
それ
this.
くらいの覚
I
悟
have to be ready to die if need be.
かかってるのは
The lives of 5 billion people are in our hands
命
after
だも
all.
んね
いや、違うよ。
No,
それ
that's
は
not
関
it.
係ない
That's got nothing to
50
do
億
with
人なんて
it.
ちっとも
Honestly,
実感が
I
ない
can't
し
even picture 5 billion people. You know what, mood? Eric,
じゃ
then
あ
why?
そこまでしなきゃ。
Because if I don't, there's no way I can beat the best in the world. My opponent is Sonomiya Misaki. She's the wall that's always stood before me. My one true goal.
でコナちゃん
So Kona-chan, can you load the kill ballot system into it? I only have the one I made for Model 2, but I can make adjustments. We can't use the posture control system as is, though. But we absolutely need that. Let's try and use as much for Model 2 as we can.
Laser
scanning for surrounding terrain analysis and action prediction navigation. We should be able to reuse those systems as well. I'll bring parts from my shop. You can pay up later. There. At worst, we might even have to update the system as it walks. And use 3D mapping to Iro, right? We should probably remove that. Right. Kimuji Mako's the man who created it, and we're off to go fight him. We can't trust it. Now we just have to figure out what to do with the arms. They're only decorative, so should we remove them? The brass doesn't understand things like that. The brass? June, you still have much to learn. And you can't take them off. Now's not the time to be concerned with appearances. I'd be so grateful if you could think that rationally all the time. What was that? Calm down, Aki-chan. About the arms, I got some stuff you might want to attach. I made it myself. Did you bring something, Grandpa? Wait, do you mean... Pile bunkers. Check out that shit-eating green. I ain't done with the final adjustments, but they're generally ready to go. And if you shoot them at close range, they should break right through the armor. Effective for close quarters combat, no? Are you suggesting we replace one of the arms of the pile bunker? And that caused the frame to be unbalanced. It could tip over. If we're going to attach a pile bunker, we'll need a counterweight for the other side. I like that counterweight is a tip. Weight used to keep balance. Shocking. Never would have guessed. Good thing I've got two of them. The return of the shit-eating grin. You built two of them? No, though. The other is still incomplete. It's about 80% done. Pile of bunkers for both arms, huh? How about disposable shields, like Subaru suggested earlier? I think it's better to focus on offense over defense. But you got no way to defend against them missiles.
ECM
Chaff, ECM, players, reactive armor. Now we have a bunch of tips, dude. Reactive armor, a type of armor that reacts to attacks in certain ways depending on the attack in order to reduce damage. Most often employed in order to respond to different kinds of explosives. There are often several different types, such as explosive reactive armor, electromagnetic armor, and so on, with tanks often using explosive reactive armor as auxiliary armor. Each piece of armor has explosives loaded between two steel plates, which automatically detonate whenever hit by enemy fire. The plate then explodes outward, blocking subsequent enemy fire, and in the best case scenario, destroying the enemy itself. However, considering the plates explode of their own volition, it may cause damage to allies who are near the tank. Flare countermeasure. A countermeasure designed to evade infrared guided missiles. Flares share the same wavelength as most aircrafts and are able to produce a powerful source of infrared light for a short period of time. They do this by emitting a metallic powder containing magnesium fluorocarbons, Viton, telephon, and ammonium as it burns, which in turn misleads infrared detection. ECM, short for electronic countermeasures, an electronic jamming device. Chaff, a countermeasure used to disrupt radar and evade radar-guided missiles. It emits a large amount of small electromagnetic wave emitters to confuse radar. Electromagnetic wave reflectors consist of mainly tin foil, aluminum foil, and fiberglass. And Doc, can you prepare any of... Of course I can't. How much do you think that kind of stuff runs? Alright. The difference in specs is pretty much hopeless. Fine, now let's think of a way to beat it. And if you can't come up with one? And if we can't, then... Let me give up on fighting and just watch the rocket launch. No way! Damn straight. Make your decision, Aki-chan. Even if we have no strat, once the rocket starts being moved from the VAB, I'm going to challenge them in Model 1. You're just going to throw away your life. I can't approve of this. Even if that's the case, I have to try something. Fine. Even if we don't find a way to win, we'll sortie when the time comes. But I refuse to let you die in vain, Kai. We're going to keep looking for a way to win all the way to the very end. I know we'll figure something out. Akihiko looks me straight in the eyes and makes her declaration. I force out a smile and nod. That's a satisfying answer. Everyone, I'm going to ask you again. Please lend me your strength. I know that our robot of justice will win in the end. So, I want everyone to think about how we can achieve that. I believe in us. Everyone present nods, and the strategy meeting comes to an end. Due to his leg injury, Subaru can't participate in assembly work. Instead, he's working on improving Model 1, which makes perfect sense. Pro is on programming duty, so she can't help either. which means there are only 4 people on the motor exchange team. Me, Akiho, Juna, and Doc. Wait, that reminds me. We're in the world that Dad and the Nagafukadas disappeared to. We could really use their help right about now. I gaze out the window. It's starting to get brighter outside. It's still raining, and the sky is concealed by clouds. But dawn is approaching. Even after dawn, the rain shows no signs of letting up, and there's a twip to look at least one. Things we do. Things that only we can do. That's what we're doing. Not yet. This won't end yet. Looks like a workmanship is going to be needed. My husband, son, and Akio-chan are all safe. Thank you to everybody who was worried. I will never, ever get lost. My flying was perfect this time too. Even though we're taking a different route than usual, I promise to come back to the island. This is my home. I promise that no matter what happens. Other than that, can you buy as many radish and taro as you can at B Coop? Goodness gracious, I spoil you far too much, my lovely wife. Regardless, copy that. Can't just be scared and evacuate. Gotta learn from my husband and kids. I know that it's technically protecting us, but it also forces us to work in this cramped hangar. Keep coming, keep coming! We support the servometer hanging from the crane and carefully insert it into Model 1's joint. Unfortunately, things don't go so well, and we're forced to have the crane come and go over and over again. The servometer finally settles in the right position, and we have to act fast to secure it. We use several thick bolts and electric nut runners, but Model 1's legs are incredibly thick. The joints require multiple large screws, or bolts. That's what connects it all together. To exchange a motor, the bolts need to be removed first, followed by all the leg parts. Specifically, everything below the ankles, the shins, the thighs, 6 parts in total across both legs. Each part is nearly 2 meters tall while lying down, and over 3 meters long. The secure did in the crane attached to the truck Doc arrived in. The crane then lifts up the boltless parts. The motors are pretty big, way bigger than the engine inside a car. We have to be careful about our work, but we also can't waste too much time. With that in mind, having a crane makes a huge difference. We could never get this done on our own. And that said, of all people here, June and I aren't particularly useful. Which is why things have been pretty slow. It's also frustrating that no other work can be done until the motor exchange is complete. This is the first time I've actually regretted not helping out earlier. If I'm the one piloting this thing, I should be the one making sure it's in tip-top shape. I'm trusting this thing with my life after all. I can't win without it. I knew I'd have to mess with the settings a bit, but up until now, I've always thought that all I needed to win was my own ability. But now I know better. If I'm going to be the best, it's important that I pay attention to maintenance of the robot too. If only we had one more crane. Jin and I concentrate on tightening the screws. It kind of feels like we're the pit crew in a race or something. How many is that now? 5. Just 1 to go. We've got this. It already took over 5 hours to get this far. Just like Subaru said, this will probably take the full 6 hours. And we're not done after that. There's still lots of work remaining. I pulled an all-nighter, so this is getting pretty rough. I might not be in the best condition for tomorrow's. Twat? Is that how they really decided to put that? Damn. Nakiho's foot gets caught on a cord. She falls over, taking the parts and metal plates in the area with her.
Aki-chan,
Aki-chan, are you okay? No, I'm fine. Quit being careless and put some backbone into it. Sorry. No, it's been a while since I've seen Doc bark like that. Dog bark. That's what I was about to say. Which, you know what? Understandable. Have a nice day.
Aki-chan, 疲れてるんじゃない?
Aki-chan, are you tired? You haven't slept, have you?
あんまり無理すると
If you
また
push
発作が
yourself
出るか
too
ら
hard,
休んだ
you're
方
gonna
がい
have
いよ。
another attack. You should rest. Ain't that got you, Kai? I can't rest now. If I don't do this, who will?
でも
But
これは一体どういうことですか?
is that the VP? What's the meaning of this? I jump a little. I know the hysterical voice. The car, just there,
あな
peeking.
たたち一体何をやっ
What
ているの
exactly
で
is
す?
going on here? Oh no. The vice principal. Why in the world is she here? This is literally the last thing we need right now.
ロボ部は廃部。
Didn't I tell you
そう
all
言
the
ったはずです
robotics club is disbanded? Well, didn't we tell you that the whole world is in danger actively, so we need this robot right now? Actually, thank you. Vice Principal Isui, this is, an emergency situation. Whether or not it's an emergency, it's inconsequential. If you're going to use this place, you need to talk to me first. Vice Principal Isui, please overlook it, just for today. I swear, we'll explain it all later.
いいえ、ダメです。
Out of the question.
見逃すなど論外ですわ。
この
Why do you have to be so goddamn stubborn? She pays no mind to my language and instead takes out her Pokecom, fiddling with the screen for a couple of seconds.
あなたたち全員、
Everyone,
今す
please
ぐ
sign
ここに
here.
サインなさい。
She then thrusts her Pokecom toward Akiho.
でなければ、
If you do
退学処
not,
分
you
にし
shall
ます
all
から
be
ね。
expelled.
卒業まで数日
There may
だろ
only
う
be a
と
few days
関
until
係ありませんよ。
graduation, but that holds no relevance here.
勘弁してよ、教頭
Cut us
先
some
生。
slack, Vice
あんた
Principal
にそこまで
Isui.
やる権
You
限
don't even
なん
have
て
the
ないって。
authority to do that.
俺たちはあんたなんか
We're
には
not
従
gonna
わ
listen
ない。
to you.
もう学校がどうこうっ
This
て
is
問題
more
じゃないん
important
だ。
than just this school.
なんか言ったらどうなの？
Come on, say
済まして
something.
ないでさ。
At least pretend to give a damn.
待って、カイ。
Kai, wait. Akio stops me as she looks at the VP's Pokecom.
教頭先
VP
生、
Isui,
これってどういう
what
こと？
exactly is this?
入部届って
It looks like a
なってます
club
けど。
entry form.
は？
Huh? Say what? None of you have been affiliated with the club since the Robotics Club was disbanded last
先
month.
月ロボ部は私が廃部にしましたからね。ですから
If you're going to reform said club, you all need to sign club entry forms.
入部届を書きなさいと言っているのです。この非常時であって
This may be an
手
emergency
続きはきっ
situation,
ちりしな
but
けれ
you
ばなり
must
ま
still
せん。
follow the rules.
何かあったとき
Otherwise,
これ
if
は
something were
あ
to
なた方
happen,
の責
the
任
school
では
wouldn't be
な
able to take
それを許
responsibility
可した
for
学
you.
校の責任であると言えなくなってしまいますから。
教頭
VP
先生
Usui? Wait, what just happened? Are my ears busted? Nakihon, Juna, Subaru, and myself are all stunned. Valid.
教頭先生マジ
VP Usui is a real tsundere.
いいからさっさ
Now
と
hurry up and write your
名前
names,
と
school years,
学
and
年
classes.
クラス
All
を
of
書
you.
きなさい。全員分ですからね。
Okay.
この教頭
Are you telling me she was actually a decent person all along? That was the thought that I was having. It's like, oh man, she's not being a bitch. Did you say something, Yashioku? He said the inside thoughts out loud. Not at all. She shoots me a sharp glare. She really is scary.
教頭先生
Sorry for the wait,
お待たせしました
this Principal Usui. Michi. Michi suddenly comes running over. Where has our delinquent teacher been this entire time? Wait, it's not just him. Our homeroom teacher, Koba-san, the other teachers, and even the principal all pop up one after the other. They're all holding supermarket bags in their hands. And they're filled with drinks, pastries, rice balls, and more.
Mr.
Nakafukada, where exactly did you go shopping?
いや
Nishinomote? It was real tough getting them to open before business hours. Fine, fine. Just hand it over to the students.
それって
What exactly is
毒
this?
でも入ってる
Is it poisoned?
Are you out of your
mind?
They're
They're very clearly refreshments. Why does she have to keep getting so angry? The teachers lay out a blue sheet in the corner of the hanger and start lining up the refreshments they bought. Well, that's a lot. Senomiya-san, don't tell me you think this is all for your robotics club. You mean it's not? Obviously. These are also for all the students who volunteered to help. Huh? Volunteers? Let's just call this an extracurricular activity. That's a pro tip. It's awfully noisy outside of the hangar. You hear lots of voices growing closer. Our teachers aren't the only ones who've come. Nah, look at all those high schoolers. Outside of the hangar are nearly 100 students in raincoats. That's a lot of students. Hey, Juna! We're here to help. Juna's friends. Nah, this is gonna be a pain. But it sounds like the world's gonna end if we don't help. Oh, fine. Guess I'll help out. Robotics Club's giving it their all, so I guess I will too. All of my classmates who made from the Robotics Club. Ah, even a cast. Deku-kun is so dreamy. Let's do our best so that he remembers our names. It's so funny because they're just nameless students right now. Even some schoolgirls with some impure motives. And there's so many people. Over half the school most likely. They're all students who volunteer to their own volition in order to assist you. They all understand their own way what's occurring on this island, and they want to do whatever they can to help. Everyone. Therefore, Sanemiya-san, Shuo Tanegashima High's faculty and volunteer students will follow your instructions as club president. Several large trucks come driving into the airport. What now? Ah, they finally arrived. Doc looks at the trucks in surprise. I read that in my head, but not out loud. Oopsie. I filled in all the workshops around the island. Kamada, Minato, all of them. I asked them to get a bunch of parts together and meet up here. Agio-chan, I'm here to help. We got every mechanic at Tanegashima here, so there ain't nothing to fear. Familiar guys from the local workshops poked their heads out from the trucks, waving enthusiastically at us. Everyone. Old Man Kamada was the only guy who ever cooperated with us. The other workshops always kept their distance. And yet here they all are now. I think I finally understand how terrifying you really are, Doc. Shut it. Anyhow, big and small currents combined. We've got 5 of them. No more complaints, Akiho. Got it. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Nice, Emio. Mr. Candy appears at the head of a bunch of buff dudes, and they come marching in like some kind of mini parade. We brought a bunch of youngins from Nishinomote, and my own boys too. Wow, we're late. Following after them are a bunch of JAXA employees in their work uniforms. Nae-san is in front. Behind her is Harunaka-san, the guy who helped us assemble Model 2. Young and old JAXA engineers come running over with them. Everyone is super duper fired up and ready to go. They refuse to let those terrorists take over the TNSC, and they also want to save Chief Sanemiya. Please, allow us to help as well. Getting help from JAXA engineers alone would be a huge shift for us, but it's not just them. And they're clearly elderly who work the fields, housewives, blue-collar men, and even loud children all gathered here in the rain. Kaido! Mother. It's Mom. And that's standing next to her. Mom, you're safe. Yep, I ran by the Sanemiya house and evacuated here with Tamaki-san. We're gonna cook you all up something really tasty, so go kick some butt. Mom then disappears into the crowd. Dad silently salutes me and follows after her. Dad. Subaru's very confused shout causes me to turn around. The very same man who punched his own son last summer is standing right next to Subaru, a sullen look on his face. I told you not to push yourself. What will you do if you can't ever walk normally again? I'm sorry. You don't have to move a single step. I'll be your legs. Wait, you're going to help us? I want to see with my own two eyes this thing you said you love so much. Nah, character growth. Thank you. I never thought his dad would back down. But it's not just Subaru's old man. The VP too. And this is more than a little shocking. Hey, Kai. Everyone on the island is coming together as one. So many people are helping us protect this place. People we didn't get along with before. People we did get along with. Our families. People we've never met. Everyone's here to work toward a single goal. Makiho looks like she could start crying at any moment, so I give her a pat on the shoulder. Looks like we become this little island's hope. Hope. We best make sure we don't betray their expectations. Yeah. With this, Tanegashima can fight on for another 10 years. Yeah, let's not fight for that long. Either way, this final battle is one that we can't afford to lose, no matter what. Oh boy, a POV change. Oh boy, a Misaki POV. And the rain and strong sea breeze collide with my cheeks. There's no point in trying to wipe off the moisture, so I just let it build. The wind is always strong in Tanegashima during the winter. The air temperature doesn't drop much, but thanks to the wind, it feels quite cold, especially on the coast. It feels really nostalgic. The sound of the winter wind, that is. I stand by the railing at the edge of the cliff and throw a bouquet of white carnations down into the water below. It doesn't quite fly in the arc I expected due to the strong winds, but it falls into the ocean nonetheless. You always did like white flowers, Misu. Never really fit you. I chose white carnations for that reason alone. Oh, Aram, hello! Welcome on in. You are bothering me again, but you are very welcome here. How was Genshin? I saw that you posted about, changing your mind about, doing Arlecchino story quest, but I hope you had fun. Otherwise. There's the other one. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream. Welcome on in. If there's any raiders that have tagged along that do not already know me, my name is Saki or even Q is acceptable. I consider myself a variety streamer, though I do mostly stream visual novels like what we are currently playing, Robotics Notes Elite, and this is the final Robotics Notes Elite stream, because we're finishing up the game tonight. Yay. Oh, you finished leveling Nuvolet, so it was a job well done. Nice, let's go. If you need to step aside to, like, go eat food, go sleep, or whatever, there is definitely no pressure to stay. You're more than welcome to lurk, and either way, thank you so much for the raid, Arum. I appreciate it. Yurie Mizuka was the only person I could ever call a true friend. Here I am, home after 7 years, and I can't even see you. How incredibly sad. This is the place. And this is where she died. And that's what Michi said when he contacted me. If possible. I wanted to attend Mizu's funeral, but I couldn't. Hey, Mizu. If you were here, you'd probably be scolding me, just like you always did a long time ago. And that's why. To me, losing Mizu hurts more than I can express in words. You would stop me. That's how I've always felt. Or perhaps, that's the very reason you died. I suddenly felt a presence behind me. A chill runs down my neck. Right behind me. At a distance close enough to touch me, I can feel their presence. But I know full well that even if I turn around, nobody will be there. Even so, I know that he's there. It seems the seeds you planted have grown splendidly. They're a little... no, they're quite the nuisance. I'm certain that I'm the only one who can hear his voice. Is he actually talking? Or is this all just an illusion in my head? Am I living for my will anymore? Or is it only his? I stopped caring a long time ago. But I know one thing for certain. I've been bound by the curse of this man speaking. You're right. They really are a nuisance. Is this what you wished for? Me? Do you think I saw this coming almost 10 years ago? If I could predict the future, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now. If they bother you so much, why not attack them with your army of flying robots? Oh right, you can't. They're just an illusion after all. He has a sick fetish for toying with his prey. And that's the kind of man he is. Then I'll use Sister Centipede. She can do the work of an entire platoon. Be my guest. Then I pull a knife out from my breast pocket. I quickly try to thrust it into my own neck. But my hands stop. I can't help but click my tongue. I failed to kill myself yet again. These are my hands, yet they feel foreign to me. My body doesn't answer to me. Not even a single twitch. It's as if it's not my own. Even though it's right there, here. I can see that it's attached to me. But it's like it's just an illusion. You really are a persistent woman. Even though I told you it's useless. You'll be working for me until the very end. It'll be quite the headache if you ended up like Furugori Minami. Oh, I see. How many people have you possessed like this, cursing them until death? You're the one at fault, if you hadn't killed me back then. My hands, still gripping the knife, rise up on their own. I then gently throw the knife off the cliff. I gaze out at it. Why was I holding a knife? I'm not even sure why I just threw it away. It feels as if my memories have corrupted. I felt this numerous times before. This feeling like I've lost something important. And every time I feel like crying, but I don't know why, I ultimately shed no tears. I don't feel his presence anymore. I gently close my eyes. And the cold sensation of the wind and rain hitting my body, this familiar scent. I want to experience it all as Sanami Misaki for just a little bit longer. The sound causes me to open my eyes in surprise. Sanami Misaki. According to the latest information, the rainfall in the Yokoshima region will stop in about 2 hours. The 10% chance of precipitation tomorrow remains unchanged. I recall how Airi always loved weather reports. But how did Sister Centipede feel about them? What brings you here all of a sudden? Are you trying to comfort me? I have no such intentions. In retrospect, the day of the total solar eclipse when I met you was the beginning of everything. And that was already over 10 years ago. I just happened to find a new smartphone during the commotion of the eclipse. It had just come out and was fairly low performance at the time. Inside of it was Airi's prototype, still in development. After several days of talking to Airi and becoming friends, she told me that she had a master. It made sense that the phone I had found had an original owner. And since they were so expensive, I felt that I had to give it back. Following Airi's instructions, I found myself at Kimijima-ko's house in the woods. At the time, I had no idea that a year later, I would end up killing Kimijima-ko with my own hands. I was desperate. I didn't want Aki or Kai to die. I wanted to protect them. My cute little sister who always happily followed me. The total rascal of a young boy who lived near me. I loved every minute I spent together with them. The time I spent watching mecha anime with Aki. The time I spent playing fighting games with Kai. I truly loved every second of it. I couldn't bear the thought of losing those kids. But of all the people aboard the MF Anemone, Aki and Kai were the only ones left unconscious. They didn't wake up for multiple days following the incident. I couldn't sleep for even a second, so I just kept holding Aki's hand as tightly as I could. Please, God, don't let them die. Please let me see their smiles just one more time. I don't care what happens to me as long as you grant my wish. I'm fairly certain that's all I prayed for during those long days. Big sis. Aki. Thank goodness. Thank goodness you're okay. So when Aki woke up, gripped my hand, and smiled happily at me, I honestly thought that I'd be okay with dying. I had done something irreversible. I had killed a man. The police were going to arrest me. But I had no regrets. But a week later, when I returned to Kimijima-ko's house, there was no corpse. I knew for a fact that I had murdered him and left the body there. There were even bloodstains all over the place. But the corpse itself had vanished. 10 days later, it was located in a completely unrelated place. Unless somebody intentionally moved the body, that should have been impossible. It made the news, but even as time passed, The police never came for me. That's when I started to think. Perhaps the case would be left unsolved. Maybe the culprit would never be brought to light. Or maybe the person who moved Kimijima Ko's corpse would be charged with the crime in my place. Hey, Aki. Hi. I'm not a prodigy. I'm not a genius. I'm not a perfect person. I'm a weak, despicable coward who actually thought that I might get away without it. Atoning for my crimes. I don't know why I blinked on atoning. It was Kimijima Ko who saw that weakness in my heart and took full advantage of it. A month after everything happened, he appeared before me. At first, I thought I was just hearing things. But he appeared everywhere. He continuously repeatedly whispered in my ears about what I did to him, over and over again. All day long, from morning until night, then again the next morning. It wasn't long before I stopped being able to sleep. I quickly started losing myself. In retrospect, I was already under his curse at that point. When the Robotics Association got promoted to a club, I put distance between myself from the thing I started. I couldn't get involved with it. I didn't deserve to be affiliated with something built on hopes and dreams. I also distanced myself from Aki and Kai. After saving their lives, I thought I couldn't get them involved. I wasn't even able to consult my best friend, Nizu. I tried turning myself into the police, but nobody would believe me. They all thought it was some joke and laughed at me. During my second and third year of high school, I distanced myself from everyone around me. I isolated myself completely. I'm sure that probably strengthened Kimijima Ko's curse. And now, half of me has become him. The personality and sense of self known as Tsunomiya Misaki is on the verge of vanishing. As I recall the past, I'm not even sure I'm her. This could be Kimijima Ko's personality thinking back on Tsunomiya Misaki's memories. It may look like I'm acting according to my own will, but Kimijima Ko's will is always intervening, no matter what. Every time I attempted to kill him myself, he would stop me. And now here I am. No, I don't regret murdering him in order to save Aki and Kai. I have no idea if that event really happened or if my memories are true, but I regret nothing. That's why I at least wanted them to deliver me from all of this. Sister Centipede, you know Kai and Aki, right? Correct. Do you like them? Dislike them? Sister Centipede is not equipped with the functions necessary to answer that question. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sister Centipede was always cold like that. Then I release you from this burden. Before I lose myself, I need to do at least this much. I take out my Pokécon. Kimijima Report Number 0. An icon representing the original data is displayed on my screen. I was the only one. It was the one... Okay, let's try this again. I was the one who planted the Kimijima reports around the island. It was back when I was in high school. I even came up with the flags, just as Kimijima Ko instructed. One of the things that he planted inside of me. What you could call the origin of all of this. Right now, I choose to throw it away. Sister Centipede, go to them. You don't have to stay here any longer. You're free. Nochio, Sister Centipede. Without hesitation, I remove the icon. Once I confirm the data is gone, I breathe a sigh of relief. Sister Centipede will never appear before me ever again. Okay, Kai. Come, hurry. I wonder if you'll be able to kill me. Such a thing would make me incredibly happy. Damn. The rain has stopped. But the sky is still cloudy, and the sun hidden behind them. We're still okay, right? They can't launch the rocket yet, right? I look up at the sky with unease. Some volunteers are risking life and limb to infiltrate the monitor the Osaki launch complex. All we can do now is wait for their report. I've been discharged from assembly work. Thanks to all the people helping, Akiho and Subaru ordered me to rest. They want me rest up and in top condition for the decisive battle tomorrow. And so I opted to take them up on their offer, but there's something else I need to do.
いいですか？
Listen,
ここは一応
we're in enemy
敵の勢力
territory
圏
right
内です
now,
から。
and there's TWIPs. There's so many people helping the Robotics Club. Nothing can get better than this. Why? Oh, that's a response to Akiho. No, Akiho. Misaki. Please come quickly. Yeah, listen, we're in enemy territory right now.
長いは無用です。
We can't stay for long.
分かってる。
I know. I get out of the car and reply. I asked Naya-san to drive me over to the old community center in Ichiguoka Park. On a clear day, you can see the fab from here, but the thick fog is making that impossible. Is Misanai over there? Is a black hole bomb capable of killing 5 billion people also there? I forcibly tear my gaze away. Wait, no. Minamitane is effectively a ghost town. As of this morning, about 80% of Nakatane had been evacuated. The rest are moving out under police instruction. It was never a town with that many people. Still, not seeing a single car on the way to the town office in the center of the city was chilling. I can't keep wasting time. When I open the backseat door, Airi gets out. Are you doing alright?
はい。
Yes. When I asked Naya-san to take me here, Airi spoke up. She said that she wanted to take a look out at the island for the first time in 10 years. Considering that she had to be put into cold sleep, I assumed she was super ill. But honestly, she doesn't look that bad. That aside, I have something I need her to do. That's why I agreed to take her here despite the danger. Fortunately, we have Naya-san with us. According to Frau, she's supposed to be ridiculously strong.
10年ぶりの島はどう？
So, what do you think of the island after all this time?
はい。
It's kinda nostalgic, but it's also really lonely.
私の知っている人
And
は
there isn't a single
誰も
person
い
I
な
know
くなっ
left
てしまい
here.
ましたから。そうは言っても
But I guess I never really knew my mother and
君島さんくらいだったんです
Kimijima-san.
けど
A decade is much longer than it seems. For example, it's possible that friends from kindergarten or elementary school are still around. But for Artie, whose time was stopped for a whole decade, they'd have 10 full years. They would be different people now. I'll take a look inside. Nice-san, please look after Airi-san. I walk off on my own. The room at the far end of the first floor. The one with an electronic lock. The device inside the room is what I'm here for. The door is locked. It won't open unless you input the password. Irie's the one who taught it to me. Or was it Sister Centipede?
Hidden hand.
Hidden hand. Kinda sound. I'm surprised. I turn around to find Irie and Isan standing in the darkness. Did you follow me?
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
だってほら、
It's
外
like
にいると
really
寒い
chilly
ですし。
outside.
アイリさん、なんで今
Irie-san,
のパスワード
how
知
do
っ
you
てる
know
わ
the
け？
password?
ふっと
It
頭の
just
中
suddenly
に浮かん
popped
でき
into
ま
my
した。
head.
そんな言葉、
But I'm certain I've never
今ま
heard
で
it before.
一度も聞いたことないのに。
Irie seems to be at a loss. She doesn't understand why she knows the password. Could Sister Centipede be around here somewhere? Last week when I left for Tokyo, I knew she was still operating properly. But for some reason, she stopped showing up on my Pokecom. It'd be really helpful if she popped up right about now. And that's something I wanted to ask her. In fact, I was hoping to fish out Sister Centipede by bringing Irie here. Well, whatever. I need to keep my priorities straight. The inside of the room is unchanged from the last time I came. Electromagnetic wave irradiation device that causes monopoles to fall from the sky. It's still working. Which means monopoles are still falling on Ichiguoka Park.
それは
What is that?
電磁波照射
An
装置。
electromagnetic wave irradiation device.
電磁波。
An electromagnetic wave.
これで
This has been making the monopoles fall.
教えてくれてもよか
You
った
should
の
have
に
just told me about it.
万博が終わるまでは
I didn't want to
騒ぎ
create
になり
any
たくなかった
turmoil
んだよ。
until after the expo. I'll leave the women alone for a moment and stand in front of the device. It uses a large antenna outside to beam EM waves into space. I think that's how Sister Centipede explained it before. But I didn't really examine it in detail last time. I had no idea how to handle or operate it.
それ単体では役に
And
立
it's
たない
useless by itself.
スロット
I'll
に
not
専
activate
用の
without
カ
a
ートリッジ
special
を挿さなけ
cartridge
れば動かない
inserted
だろう
into the slot. Intrigued by what Sawada told me, I decided to come here. I figured there might be a cartridge-like thing somewhere on the machine. I began casually tapping away at the icons of the display screen. It goes without saying, but I have zero luck, so I gave up on controlling the device via its screen.
何をしてるんですか
What are you doing?
ちょっと探し物
I'm
ね
looking for something. There's nothing like a window or anything below the display. Which means I can't see inside. I'm going to have to take this thing apart in order to figure out what he meant by a cartridge. Then in the darkness, I find what seems to be a button under the device. Just as I'm about to push it.
待ってください
Please wait. For some reason, Artie stops me.
装置の電源
I
を
think you should cut
切
the
った方
power
がいいと
first.
思います
どういうこと？
Why?
あいえなんとな
I
く
just
そう思っ
had
た
a
だけで
feeling. No, she's right. It's common sense to make sure the power's off before taking something apart. I follow Irie's advice and cut the power. However, there's no explanation for any of the buttons on the display, so I have no idea what to push. Which is it?
これ
This one. And just like that, Irie is next to me. She reaches her white, slender hand out and touches my hand. I can feel her warmth through my skin.
実体が
You're real. Huh?
ああいや
Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself. I smile and leave the display to Irie.
愛梨ちゃん
Irie-chan, do you know how to operate this?
電源を切るには
To cut the power, you push this button to bring up the subscreen. Then hold this button, big button, for 10 seconds. Irie follows her own instructions. The light then vanishes from the device's display. The constant humming noise stops, and the room is blanketed in silence. I guess the power's off. And that went way too smoothly. I glance at Naya-san, and she nods her head in agreement. And looked to me like I already knew exactly what she was doing with that device. No hesitation whatsoever. She turned off the power without even thinking about it. There were the actions of someone who has been around the block dozens of times, not once or twice. Was this really the Irie who was asleep for 10 years? Or is she actually the AR Irie? Hell, this could even be a trap set by Kimeji Mako. But wait, she's literally just touched my hand a moment ago. I know I felt her. There's no way she's AR Irie.
わかりません
I don't understand.
私
Why did I
今どう
just
して
do that? Morphogenic fields. I don't know. I already seem surprised at herself. Whatever. I can ask her about it later. I have already moved out of the way and try pressing the button on the bottom of the device. When I do, a tray comes slowly sliding out. It's hard to see in the darkness, but it's actually less of a tray and more of a circuit board. It's a little bigger than a Pokécom. Could this be the device's core? I steal myself and try pulling it all the way out. Could this be the cartridge? Let's go back upstairs. I want to look at this thing somewhere with some light. The three of us return to the second floor. It's a strange feeling. It was only half a year ago that I first spoke to AR Irie here. And now, the real Irie is standing right in front of my eyes. Irie appears to be having some thoughts as she looks around the community center. Irie-san, you're from Tanegashima, right?
はい
Yes. Have you been here before?
いいえ
No.
病気のせいもあって
Because of my
い
illness,
つも
I
家に
always
閉じ
stuck
こも
at
っていま
home.
したから私の家は
My house is near the
西の
border of
表と
Nishinamoto
中
and
谷の境
Nakatani.
ぐらいにあったんですだから
I
島
barely
の
ever
南
came
の
to
方
the
は
southern part of the
ほとんど来たこと
islands.
がありません
Hmm. I already looked into the house where Yukifune Airi lived. Unfortunately, it's now an empty lot. Her house is gone. I still haven't found the right time to let her know. Earlier, when Airi said she wanted to go with me, I was afraid she asked us to take her to her house. I looked down at the circuit board in my hand. It really is just that. I don't know much about how these things are constructed, so I have no idea how it works. The EM irradiation device that Sawada gave me has a slot for something just this size. I put down the heavy knapsack slung over my shoulder and removed the device. And that's an NIV.
知ってるの？
You know about it?
ええ、名前だけ
Yeah,
は
at least a name.
見たのは初めてで
This is the first time I've seen one, though.
うん
A device that could show illusions to tens of thousands of people in Odaiba. If you can use this thing, we can totally change the tide of battle with Misane. I carefully aligned the circuit board with the slot entrance. It looks like a perfect fit.
刺してみる。
I'll try pushing it in. That's what he said? I don't know. I pushed the circuit board with a bit of strength into the slot. It doesn't catch on anything, and once it's all the way inside, it clicks. Alright, it's compatible. I'm in luck. So, can I use this thing now? Aside from the slot for the circuit board, there's no switch or button on the device itself. But I do have a little remote control that came with it in my knapsack. It's a simple controller, 2 square centimeters in size, with a single button on it. Pushing said button will likely turn the device on, and I can imagine pushing it again will shut it off. Will that make people see illusions? And not just that. It's possible there's another way of using it. I'll test it out when I get back to the airport. Now then. I put the device back into the knapsack and face Airi. Could you explain what happened earlier? About knowing the hidden hand password? She just knew, man. And how you knew how to shut off the device. Morphogenic fields, ever heard of them? Anything come to mind? Airi rubs her temples with her fingers, a confused expression on her face. I could hear Kimijima-san's voice. Huh. When I was alone in the hospital in Tokyo, I heard Kimijima-san's voice. He showed me lots of videos. I don't know if they were real, or if they were memories inside my head. I don't even know who films them. And then before I knew it, I was together with you on the airplane. Someone was whispering the phrase hidden hand in the videos I was shown. I've never been here before, and yet it feels like I've come time and time again. You mean like deja vu? Oh boy. I guess, yeah, deja vu hasn't been mentioned in this Science Adventure game yet. In case you forgot, since the last Science adventure game. Deja vu, the feeling of having experienced something before despite not having experienced it. The feeling is described as recalling a genuine past experience, as opposed to an imagined experience or a dream. However, the person experiencing the phenomenon is unable to recall when and where that experience occurred, which results in an intense feeling of strangeness. The cause of deja vu has yet to be determined. One theory is that it's a physiological phenomenon caused by a temporary desynchronization of the recollection and storage functions of memory. The cause is theorized to be spasms in the brain's parahippocampus gyrus, which is in charge of spatial reasoning and the sensation of familiarity. And I don't know. I don't think Ayuri's memories have been inherited by her. Those would just be ones and zeros anyway. So I want to believe that's not the case. Hell, Tadamichi remembers me giving her a kiss on the forehead through my Pokecom on Christmas Eve. I'd die of embarrassment if she even remembered that. But something's not right here. Sister Centipede might know something about all of this. I beat up Peter O and survey the area with it, but there's no Sister Centipede in sight. Where could she have wandered off to? You don't remember what happened at Shofu Airport, right? I don't. Did I do something? Yeah. No, don't worry about it. If I told her she tried to kill us and then herself, and with a gun no less, it'd probably come as a massive shock. True. Anyway, let's head back. We shouldn't be here. Ayuri and I both nod and exit the building. And outside was... That's not good. Drones, we're surrounded. Nickname for a military unmanned aerial vehicle, also known as a UAV. Its name is derived from a Trojan warrior in Greek mythology named Dolan. Interesting. Move in, I shoot. That voice. Ayuri? But she's standing next to me, weirdly looking around with uncertainty. In that case, is that you, Sister Centipede? I raise my Pokecom in the direction of the voice, the tower scaffolding. Ayuri, no. Sister Centipede, because they're wearing her usual fluttery dress, like on her head glowing. Ayuri looks at my Pokecom from the side, and her eyes widen. It's me. I repeat, move and I shoot. It would take less than 3 seconds to kill all 3 of you. Kaito-kun, this is really not good. Yeah, I can tell. I never considered that Sister Centipede would be part of the enemy's forces. But this might actually be convenient for me. This increases the probability that Sister Centipede has the answers to my questions. I think those floating things are AR. I can see them with my own 2 eyes. It was the same in Odaiba. Hundreds of thousands of people saw illusions with their bare eyes. Everyone was tricked. It sure be nice if this was the same deal. But if that was the case, wouldn't Sister Centipede also be visible too? There's a bullet hole in the concrete wall. These are real. Wonderful. Yeah, a little bit of wishful thinking. I didn't expect her to fire a warning shot, though. Sister Centipede's much more quick-witted than she used to be. So, what's the big idea? Why'd you surround us?
あなたたちを排除する
Master gave me orders to eliminate you.
命令です
My goal. I'm going to get killed off before I even get a chance to challenge Misane. Give me a damn break.
だったら
Then why haven't you shot us
わ
already?
からないんでしょ
What? She's right. Is there a reason why Sister Centipede hasn't killed us yet? If that's the case, maybe I can work with this. Sister Centipede, there's something I wanted to ask you.
答えるつもりはあり
I have no intention of answering. But that doesn't stop me from asking. Did you know that Sumeraki was remotely operated at the Expo Arena in Daiba? Sumeragi is a standalone system. It shouldn't be hackable without a physical cable. Do you know anything about that? An Expo Rampage likely wasn't Misane's plan, rather Kimijima Ko's as a part of Project Atom. In that case, Sister Centipede is working under him. She should know something. In fact, seeing as Sister Centipede is operating the drones, it's possible that she also remotely operated Sumeragi. Tell me, Sister Centipede. You seem to be misunderstanding something. It's him. The fucker. Kimijima Ko. It's all his fault. In the Project Atom scenario, you aren't the leading actor. You were merely an unnamed extra. I'd prefer if you exit stage right immediately. Didn't I tell you that in Tokyo? If this man didn't exist, Misane wouldn't be our enemy. And now you're trying to take what I created without my permission. A terrible act from one who claims to do good. Only a thief could be so bold. Makuyo wouldn't have had to suffer. Expo wouldn't have been ruined. A Model 2 would still exist. You have my respect for collecting all of my reports and dispersing them across the earth, Yashio Kaido-kun. However, I'd like you to realize that you're nothing more than an errand boy. It's all his fault. I want to rush up to him and punch him in the face right this second. But I know I can't do that, and it pisses me off even more. I have no way to vent this anger. If I moved right now, I'd be pumped full of holes. 10 drones are hovering above Nae-san and myself. Their guns trained on us as they make eerie fan noises. Sister Centipede, why haven't you disposed of them yet? I glance at Nae-san, hoping she has some kind of plan. But even she seems to be at her wit's end. Her eyes are darting around, just biting down on her lip, unable to move. Neither me nor Nae-san can find a way out of this. Is it hopeless? Is this the end? Without even noticing how panicked I was.
君島さん
Airi calls out to the mastermind, a stern expression on her face. Well, more accurately, she calls out to the Kimijima-ko on my Pokecom screen.
君島さんは
Kimijima-san,
死んでい
are
るんで
you
すか
dead? I was ready for this to be the end. But Sister Centipede still doesn't open fire. Like, does Airi not know that Kimijima-ko was dead? Did nobody tell her after she woke up from cold sleep?
君島公は死んで
Kimijima-ko died
10年近く
nearly
前
10 years ago.
そう
And that's right.
確かに
I
僕
did
は死ん
certainly
だよ
die. I was
殺
killed.
されたんだでも
And it's thanks
お
to
かげ
that
で
that I
こう
have
して
attained
永遠の
immortality.
命を手に入れられたもっとも
Although,
それもあと
even that
数
may
日
come
で
to
終
an
わり
end in
だ
a
ろう
few
けれどね
days.
僕は
I will be annihilated
僕が
by the
立
very
案
same
し
Project
実行
Atom
した
that I created and
プロジェクトア
executed.
トムによって消滅するんだ宇宙から飛
A
来する
storm of
熱
heat
と
and
電磁
waves
波の
raining
嵐
down on us from space,
それは
bringing with the deaths of 5
50
billion
億人
people.
に死をもたらすものでありネットワーク上に存
And as I
在してい
exist
る
on the
僕もま
network,
た
the storm will most
そ
likely
の
destroy
嵐に
me
よっ
as
て破
well.
壊されるだろ
Who's insane?
どうして破壊
Why
さ
do
れ
you
ることを
wish to
望
be
むんですか
destroyed?
うなんだって
Excuse me?
死に
Because
希
you
望を
wish
持っ
for
ている
death?
から
Because the success of
実験
your
の成功
experiment
が
would
嬉
make
しい
you
から
happy?
生きた
Or
い
do
と
you not
思
want
わ
to
ないから
live? See?
また
Again.
病院で再会した時
It
も
was the same when we met in the
そうでした
hospital.
私が眠りに
The
つく前の君島
Kimijima
さ
song
ん
from
と
before I went to sleep.
今
The
の君
Kojima
島
song
さ
here
んは
now feel different.
違う気がします今は
I don't feel your heart
Kimijima-san
anywhere,
の心が
Kimijima-san.
どこにも感じられないんです
His heart. The mastermind behind everything, Kimijima-ko. When I spoke to him at Chofu, his view of the world was far removed from many other humans. I couldn't understand him at all, nor could I think of him as a fellow person. My impression of him was an amoral man with a broken mind, a man who lacked the common sense and morals of a normal human. Is she saying that he wasn't always like this? Even before he died, he experimented with the lives of everyone aboard the MF Anemone, people like Akiho, myself, and many others. If Misane hadn't stopped him, everyone aboard would probably be dead. How the hell could the man behind that have a soul?
君島さんは
You were a broken
10
person
年前
even 10
も
years
壊れた
ago,
人でしたよね
Kimijima-san.
実
All
験の
you
こと
thought
しか
about
考
were
えてなかったです
experiments.
でも
But
優し
you
か
were
った
kind. I could
君
tell
島
that
さん
from
の
your
心
heart.
からそれが感じられました
君のことは
I only ever saw you
いい
as a
実験
sufficient
台だと
test
しか見ていな
subject.
かったんだけどね
どう見ているかは
It
関係
doesn't
な
matter
く
how you
て
saw me.
私を眠らせて
When
ほ
I
し
asked
い
you
っ
to
て
put
お願
me
いし
to
た
sleep,
時
you struggled to do it for a really long
か
time.
なり長い間迷っていましたよね
実験内容に
I was
つい
simply
てじっ
choosing
く
to
り
think
検
over
討し
the
ていたんだ
contents of the experiment
残
thoroughly.
念ながらね
Unfortunately for you.
でも迷って
But
く
you
れ
still
た
hesitated.
なのに
Yet right
今の
now,
君
you
島さん
have a
は
goal, but there's no
目
thought
的があ
behind
って
it.
も
No
そこ
reason.
に資料も思想もない
No reason, huh? No reason for executing Project Atom. It's true that it's still unclear as to why Kimijima-ko would try to massacre 5 billion people.
君島さんは
Kimijima-san,
どうして実
why
験
do you
を
want
成
this
功させたいん
experiment
で
to
すか？
succeed?
なぜ実験を
Why
成
do I
功
want
さ
the
せたい
experiment
か
to
って
succeed, you ask?
そ
I
れはね、
wonder.
実験を
I simply
成
want it to
功させたい
succeed.
からだよ。例えば
It matters not if the
実験の内容
experiment
が
pertains to the genocide of
50
5
億人を
billion
虐
people,
殺するも
or
ので
making
も
a single flower
一輪
bloom.
の花を
They're
咲
the
かせる
same
もの
to
でも
me.
僕
Ah,
に
so
とっ
his
ては
crazy
同じなん
crazy.
だ。
Got it.
それってつまり
In other
あん
words,
たは
you're
ただ
just
の
a
プログラムだって
program.
ことじゃないか。
Aeon, hello, welcome on in.
かもしれないね。
Perhaps so. Yeah, figures you would get first. Hello. How's it going, buddy? Congrats on first. You're chillin'? Nice.
僕は
It was constructed out of incomplete alpha data, taken just prior to my death. Didn't I tell you?
そう言っただろう。君島公とい
It
う
could
人
very
間
well
を
be that there
完
was
全再現
insufficient
する
data
に
to
は
perfectly reproduce the
データ不
human
足だ
known
っ
as
たのかもしれない。
Kimijima-ko.
もっとも
And be
だ
that
から
as it
何か
may,
不都合
I
があ
wouldn't
る
call
の
it a
かといえば
particular
特に
inconvenience.
ないけれどね。今の僕は
One might say I'm
人
not
間として
effective
は
as a
欠陥
human
品
being.
かもしれない。
However, that is nearly
この
perfect
実
for
験を成
executing
功
this
する分に
experiment.
はほぼ完璧に近い。実験を成功
Make
さ
the
せ、
experiment succeed.
それが
Kimijima-ko's
君島
objective
公の目
remains as
的であっ
such.
たことは揺るぎない。今さら
Items such as
そこに思想
reason
など
prove
不要ない。
unnecessary now. The Kimijima-ko possessing Misune is defective, huh? Like hell we can just let this thing do as it pleases. However, I haven't been able to stop sweating. The guns are still trained on us.
ちなみに
By the way. Just then, Kimijima-ko's figure vanishes. It's instantaneous, like he was never here to begin with. Where did he go? Sister Centipede still doesn't move. And look around, but Kimijima-ko is.
君の両親は
Your parents have been dead for years. Oh, okay, that's for you. Shit. He's trying to possess Irie again.
やめろ。
Stop! But my voice reaches neither Irie nor Kimijima-ko. Irie POV. Let's go.
知っていたかい。君は両親にとって負担だった。
I'm gonna take a brief moment to stretch and stuff. It's been a couple hours already. Y'all should do the same. You can enjoy this intense music in the meantime, but I think I'll run an ad as well. Let's see. How do I do things? Your hands are covered in carbon and graphite. I see. How do I I could have sworn there was a command for running ads, but I guess not. I guess I'll have to go here. Stream manager. Okay, yeah, run ad break. Here we go. Okay, back to this. I hope everyone took a good moment to stretch and stuff. Anyways, did you know you're always a burden on your parents? And they wanted you to die as soon as possible. And of course, it was your fault that your father ran away. At the time, I was on good terms with your parents. They told me all kinds of things. And they said they were fed up with you, Heidi. Face tracking got weird there. So I asked them, how about leaving the island and reclaiming your freedom? Do you know what your father told me when I suggested that? Thank you. He looked like a terrible weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He even wanted to shake my hand. He must have been very happy to have been relieved of you, his burden of a daughter. Then I had killed him, deep in the mountains of Kagoshima, Ungan. He's likely still sleeping deep in those cold mountains, a skeleton. The police haven't found him after all. In the 10 years you were in a cold sleep, his body was devoured by wild beasts, his flesh rotted away, and he was reduced to bones. Sleep well, Relix. Thank you for popping in and hanging on. I appreciate it. Freaking have fun with your science class notes. Goodness gracious. What a wonderful end for the father who abandoned you. You never really cared for your father to begin with. Does that mean you don't care about what happened to him? In that case, what about your mother? You loved her, didn't you? After your father left, she worked so hard to take care of you as a single parent after all. I'm sure you found it unbearable how the mother you loved so much suffered because of you. You wanted her to be released, didn't you? From the burden known as Yukifune Heidi. That's why you went through the trouble of coming to me. It's why you ultimately chose to enter your long sleep. It was all for your mother. If you were gone, your mother would be free. What an innocent, lovely daughter you are. But I regret to inform you. After you went to sleep, your mother frantically tore apart the entire island. She was looking for you, of course. She even asked me if I had seen you. And so, out of respect of your choice, I told her that I hadn't. Nobody would pay any heed to your mother. Everyone knew that she had lost her mind. Despite all of that, your mother continued to wander the forest barefoot, as if she were possessed. I pitied her, so I elected to give her some advice. I told her that a fisherman had spotted you on Magashima Island. Of course, that was a complete lie, but your mother kept thanking me over and over again regardless. Everyone was against her going to the island. There's nobody there, they said. I'm telling you this for your own good. Give up, they said. Nobody would take her on a boat, so... She tried swimming there. How truly amazing. Amusing. My mother's persistence is quite something, isn't it? But sadly, that was her limit. It was obviously impossible to swim such a distance. And thus, your mother was reduced to fish food. Not fish food. Kimi sucks, though. What the fuck? Like, actually, the fuck? Did her bones sink to the bottom of the sea? Or perhaps she drifted along the vast sea of sea currents, placing her far into the Pacific. I wonder how she felt. Did she drown? If she did, it must have been quite painful. Perhaps she was devoured by sharks. If she had been eaten alive, that would have been agonizing. I mean... I don't know if the sharks would do that, you know? Like... Nobody knows your mother's whereabouts. Nobody. Oh yes, the house where you lived. Your father's relatives sold it off. It's nothing but a vacant lot now. I hear they quickly submitted death reports for all three of you, so they could collect the insurance money. Yeah, sharks don't generally hunt humans, and when they do attack people, they don't really devour someone alive. Yeah. Like, come on. Sharks always get in the blame for shit that they're not to blame for at all. Let the sharks live. Like, come on. We're just little guys. I don't know. I guess sharks are usually not little guys, actually. They're usually quite large. Anyways. Thanks, Jaws. Yeah, thanks, Jaws. Jeez. Someone needs to make a movie about how dolphins are assholes. They seem to be very upset about you suddenly reappearing alive again after 10 years. Actually, most sharks aren't super big. I guess, but I still wouldn't necessarily call them little guys. Reef sharks are very cute, though. And even gave doctors at the hospital money to kill you as soon as the chance arose. Okay. Why did you have to wake up? You should have just stayed asleep forever. You know, that's fair. That's a very valid expression with all the shit that bastard was saying. Ari is acting weird. I could barely make out what Kimijimako was saying. But I know for a fact that he's destroying Ari's heart. Her eyes are wide open and convulsing. Tears fall endlessly from both eyes. Her face is sickly pale. Her entire body is trembling, but she continues to sob voicelessly. Just watching her in so much pain is making my heart ache. This isn't good. At this rate, we'll be repeating the incident at Chofu Airport. But with all of these guns pointed at us, neither Nae-san nor I can move a muscle. I should have never brought Airi here. Sister Centipede. Sister Centipede continues to watch us from the tavern. She hasn't moved the entire time. As long as Sister Centipede remains under Kimijimako's control, I doubt she'll listen to anything we have to say. I can't come up with a way to simultaneously destroy all 10 drones locked on us. I still have a score to settle with Misane. Can't just die here. But I also can't leave Airi behind either. means. This is war. It takes about 2 giant steps from where I am standing to reach Heidi. You thought the game was about fighting bots? I mean, the game was never about that, but we will be getting to that eventually. You haven't really been paying attention too much? Noted. And that should be enough. And we'll let Kimijima-ko have his way. No, Kaido-kun. I turn toward Heidi. I lean forward and focus all my strength into my feet. Kill him. This time, I'm able to hear Kimijima-ko's voice loud and clear. Kill both of them. The drone's guns are already trained directly on me. I'm not gonna make it. I'm going to be turned into Swiss cheese before I can take 2 steps. But... Sister Centipede! Just as I lift my toes off the ground to take off. Not Sister Centipede begins to utter nonsense. What does that mean? The first step. It means goodbye. See you tomorrow. Oh, you drank Doc B. Nice. An intellectual drink for chosen ones, of course. Not tea, though. Thank you very much. Kill him. I really like that one. It starts meowing, starts meowing, starts meowing, starts meowing. Oh no, spontaneous combustion. Actually, the intellectual drink thing is a reference to a Dr. Pepper ad campaign. Like, yes, it happens in Steins Gate, but it's because of an ad campaign that Dr. P ran. Kill him. Simultaneously, the sound of gunfire rings out. The second step. Yeah, no, that's why it's a trip outside of Steins Gate as well, for intellectuals and chosen ones to like Doc P. My hand grabs Iridy's wrist. Got her. I forcefully pull her trembling body into my arms. Tension leaves her body. I got away unscathed, too. Not a single hole in me. Not Swiss cheese. You thought this was like a sequel to the bot fighting one you were playing a little while ago? What? I wasn't playing a bot fighting one at any point. I'm confused, Aeon. I'm glad that we're both confused, Spooky. It's then that a violent blast of heat suddenly assaults my body. The 10 drones that were hovering in the air all explode one after the other. Friendly fire. Why would they? It had like a bunch of 3D graphics and stuff. Like this one. I'll be honest, 3D graphics kind of narrows it down to just this or Neptunia. I don't really play any other games with 3D graphics. You know, the primary focus of visual novels. Well, I guess VLR also has 3D. Unlike this one, but not. Yeah, that kind of narrows it down just to Zero Escape VLR and Neptunia. You might be thinking about, like, the earlier portion where they had, like, the Robo 1 event. Because they had the hobby robots. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, Spooky. Or yeah, I remember the earlier section of the game. Yeah, because like the earlier part of the game started with little robots. Are you thinking of that? Because if so, this is still the same game. That's exactly what you're thinking. Yeah, okay, so this is still the same game. Congratulations. Glad we're on the same page. We won't be starting the sequel until a couple weeks from now, because I'm going to do filler next week. It's okay, Aeon. Did I read it? I feel like I did. I'll reread it, though. Friendly fire? Why would they?
ゲジネの指示
Were they acting on
助けて
Sister
くれたの
Centipede's orders? Did she save us? Are you betraying your master, Sister Centipede? I won't tolerate such selfish behavior. This is a grave error. I must eliminate any and all bugs. But then why did you name her Centipede, huh? Huh? Eliminate?
ゲジネ
And Sister Centipede.
ゲゲゲジジジ
I instinctively hold my Pokécom back up and watch Sister Centipede through the screen. Sister Centipede herself remains unchanged. In fact, she's just standing there, emotionless as usual. But the icon on her forehead is flashing violently. It's almost like she's about to die.
あなたは
You're... Still in my arms, Artie reaches her hand out toward my Pokécom screen.
あなたは
You're
私
me?
あなたは
You're me.
私助けられて
I'm glad that
よかった
you are
です
safe.
助けてくれ
Did
たん
you
ですか
save me? Artie touches the monitor. She lovingly runs her hand across Sister Centipede through the monitor.
ずっと
I felt like we were
一緒に
together
いたような気
the
がしま
entire
す
time.
はい
Yes,
一
together.
緒
Sister Centipede is no longer able to speak coherently. Now she's speaking pretty coherently. Kimijimiko must be trying to delete her data. She could disappear at any moment. If Frau is here, would she have been able to do something about this? No, I get the feeling this would be too much for even her. Even though it takes an astronomical amount of time to create data, it only takes a few seconds to delete it.
ずっと
And I feel like
見
you're
守ってく
always
れてい
with
たよ
me,
うな
watching
気が
over
するん
me.
ですはい
Yes,
ずっと
always.
見て
I move my Pokécom closer to Irie. Irie's fingers touch the icon on Sister Centipede's forehead. It flashes even more violently than before.
のっち
Nochi, yo,
あい
Irie,
ゲジネ
Sister Centipede.
ありがと
Thank you,
うもう一
other
人の
me.
私もっ
I wish we could have talked more.
としたかったな
Sister Centipede's mouth moves as if to respond, but her voice is already gone. Even then, she still attempts to communicate something. In an effort to not miss her last words, Irie holds her ear against the Pokécom. Just then, the Pokécom releases a blast of noise, much like it would after short-circuiting. Irie jolts back in surprise. And that's it. For just a moment, the Euro screen is filled with noise. And then Sister Centipede is gone. No matter where I point the Pokecom, she's nowhere to be found.
君島公も
Looks like Kimijima-ko is gone too.
命拾いした
And talk about
と
a
いう
close
ところです
call.
ね。
Naya-san breathes a sigh of relief while looking down at the remains of the drones. Aww. Mary clings tightly to my chest, just doing her best to hold back. Just crying while barely making a sound. My first thought is that Kimijima-ko said something to her. No, I was certain that was the case. He must have said something that broke her heart. I assumed she was in pain, sad and angry. But I immediately realized that's not what these tears are.
どうしてでしょう。
Why?
とても
Why do I feel like I've lost something incredibly
失ったよう
important
な気
to
がし
me?
ます。お父さんとお母さん
Not dad or
のことじゃ
mom.
なくて、
It's not them.
そうじゃなくて、まるで
It's like
自分の
half of
本
me
心
has
を
been ripped away.
引き裂かれたみたいな、そんな気が
But I don't know
したん
why.
です。
Have good sleep, Zion. Thank you so much for popping in and hanging out. Congrats once again on getting first. Yeah, go sleep, girl. Go actually sleep. Sister Centipede had been watching over AR-ID this entire time. She had done so in the same body, as an alternate personality. Perhaps for Sister Centipede, both AR-ID and ID were one and the same. Another part of her that must be protected. You don't need a congrats, you just think it's fun to try and snag. Well, Peachy is officially back from Europe, so your competition's gonna be back soon. Another part of her that must be loved. Oh no. Even more so than the very master that created her. Sister Centipede chose to protect the part of herself that she had spent so much time with. I don't know how she rebelled against her programming. I'll try to be more diligent. Yeah, you gotta get here when stream starts. Yeah, good night. Was it really just a bug? Or was there some other cause? I guess it doesn't matter. In the end, Sister Centipede saved the three of us. And that's the only truth that matters right now. Oh boy, Twips. Not to you, Heidi. I thought I hated cheats, but now I am the cheater. This time though, I'm gonna take that handicap. I didn't think there'd be a time that I would be teaching assembly to everyone, but I noticed I can teach. Looks like I grew up a bit too. Wall punch, 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 punch, wall punch, wall punch, wall punch. You good, Frau? You scared me. I really thought my heart was going to stop. Don't make me worry. Started seeing some feathers inside Iroo. A lot of feathers were flying, and it was very pretty. She's good, just busy programming. She needs a little duck to squeeze. When I check in with Frau, she's furiously typing away at her keyboard. She's leaning into the monitor, quietly ranting to herself.
これ使えとか、マ
Who
ジで
does that
偽物
guy
なのこい
think
つ
he is, making me use this thing?
ああ、平壁。
Ugh, table flip.
つうか、上から目
Adults
線
to
の
look
子供
down
が
on
死ね。
others should just drop dead.
もしかして沢田
Are
の
you
こと
talking about Sawada? Yes, that guy.
君島子をやっつける
What's
た
with
め
him
に指定
anyway?
のアプリ
Sending me
使
some
って
app
送りつ
to
けてくる
defeat
とか意味
Kimijimako.
不思議
Like what?
ちょっと人が
Just because I'm a shut-in
下に見
doesn't mean he could look
絶
down
対
on
に
me.
許さない
I'll never forgive him for this. By the way, I was the one who first received the request from Sawada, which I then deferred to Frau.
その指定のアプリって
So, what's that?
医療とほぼそっくりなアプ
It's
リらしい
basically the same as
要するに
Zero,
パクリ
apparently.
クソ長い
It's a
アプリ名
knockoff.
だし何なの
It has a stupid long name too. Like, what the fuck?
クソ長いね
Stupid long, huh?
なんて名前
What's it called? Frau brings her face close to the screen and reads it out loud.
DG297 サードエディションバージョン 4.11
DG297 3rd edition version 4.11.
確かに長い
That is pretty long.
まあ
In my
私の脳内
personal
妄想では
delusions,
す
Sasawada
すでに
Kyun's
貞
already
清は
been
ガチム
ravaged
チの
like an
島の
old
友達の手で
cum
銅像
rag
記のよう
by
に
the
されちゃ
burly
ってる
men
かな
here. Okay, Frau.
それは吐血物ですね。
He'd sure be
だがそれがいい。
vomiting a lot. He'd sure be vomiting a lot of blood. But that's what's so good about it. Huh? Am I dumb or does what I already said not make sense? Okay, I'm glad you're also seemingly confused.
え
What? Okay, good. Not just me.
ガタ
What the fuck? Uh? After bearing witness to Irie's sudden interjection, it feels like time slows to her crawl, and not like the slow-mo attack kind. Irie looks clueless about what she just said.
そうですか
I see.
三次元の
3D
階段も
Aritan is just as
かかっておりま
corrupted
した
as
か
I am. Frau nods to herself, as if she's deeply moved, then forces a handshake with Irie.
心の友よ
My
よくぞ
truest of
帰ってき
friends,
てくれました
I've longed for your return.
つうか
I
二
mean,
次元
like,
から
a 2D
三次元に
character just
使い方が
materialized to 3D. This is what otakus have been dreaming of for eons.
飯食ってる場合じゃねえ
No time for
映画
food.
が決定
This
だろ
needs to be adapted into a movie. But nobody's eating anything. Anyway, since we're on the same wavelength, I'll be Aritan's owner. Frau.
ペットじゃない
She's not a pet. Aritan, with the Genki-Kun X-Gun Barrel ship, Genki-Kun would be the top, right? I'm sorry. Gun Barrel is the robot, right? And Genki-Kun is the pilot? And... okay, you know what? Let's not think about this.
いえ、頑張れる
No,
娘だ
I
と
think
思い
Gun
ます
Barrel would be the top. Why are you entertaining this ship? Excuse me? We are not on the same wavelength. I refuse to be her owner.
いい加減に
Enough
しなって
already. I have no idea what you two are talking about. Good. I wish that was me, Kaido. I ain't calling both of Frau's pigtails. I hate that I can follow them. Me too.
オフ痛いです
Ow, how, that
い
hurts.
ぞもっとや
Hurt
れ
me more. Frau's antics aside, I definitely saw a little bit of Sister Centipede in Irie's comments. Maybe some of Aira Irie's memories did get carried over to her. Judging by how clueless she looks, she must be speaking instinctively without really understanding what she was saying. But right now, none of that matters. Back on topic. What did you mean when you said the DG whatever app looks exactly like Hiro? When I told Sawada-kyun that I couldn't trust Hiro as a means of communication, he sent me this app with a smug-ass look on his face. Think we can use it? I haven't checked it out yet, so I don't know. But if it looks okay, I may just have you all delete Hiro, install DG297 instead. We might be able to incorporate the kill ballot system too. I'll give it a try. So, you here to talk about the URL? That's right. Have you found anything? I'm about to pull it up. Long story short, I asked Frau to look into the final piece of information that Sister Centipede left ID. It was a URL of some kind. Said URL was super long, and it came with a password consisting of random letters, numbers, and letters. Amazingly, I somehow managed to memorize the entire thing instantly. What, is ID Sigma or something? Sheesh. She opens up the URL. Oh, there it is. Wait. Isn't this Exco's cloud server? What? Not clearly ID is Zero Junior. Wait. Didn't they tell the media that they didn't have one of those? Looks like they lied. The hell's this unit ID? Frau suddenly pulls up a scanned document with a confidential stamp on it. What is that? It's a list of every manufactured Hugs unit's ID. Why do you have something like that? But, you know, these things do their rounds underground. There's no such thing as taboo on the net. Too easy. But... Frau skims through the list and tilts her head. The IDs in the cloud server all start with HugX. But the HugX series doesn't exist on the market. Wait, hold on. HugX is the codename from Sumeragi and Kaminagi. Oh. Of course, they're concept models, so their IDs differ from what's currently being used. Does that mean both Sumeragi and Kaminagi aren't standalone models, but they're actually connected online? Wait, then why did Sawada lie? And, this cloud server is pretty limited in scope. It looks like the only data I can exchange is info on Hiro. Let's see. Sumeragi's data. Frau opens the digital Sumeragi data that I sent to her Pokecon. She proceeds to read through it. Found it. It's capable of pulling up Hiro on the cockpit screen. They apparently collaborated with Happiness for You, so they could use it like this. Hiro is an app that Kimijima-ko created. This is no coincidence. This has to be part of the plan. I guess Kimijima-ko used the cloud in order to control Sumeragi. Were they bluffing when Exco said they don't use cloud servers? Sawada didn't know about this. Misane, Kimijima-ko, and a select few are likely the only ones who know. Plus, Nagi-yan, the perp of last year's Robotorian Industry robot uprising is still on the loose. Nah, he's dead. It'd make total sense if that was a rehearsal of sorts for Kimijima-ko. That would explain the dead Cal ballad cheaters. Exactly. How dare he make a mockery out of fighting game players by messing with the leaderboards.
とにかく愛理さん、お手柄だ
Anyway,
よ。
well done, Heidi-san. Heidi, you have been quietly observing until now. Where's an uneasy smile?
私には
I have no
何が
idea
何
what's
だかさっ
going
ぱり
on.
わからなかったんですが、もしお
But
役
if I
に
was
立て
able
た
to
な
help
ら
at all, it's
それ
thanks
は
to Sister
ゲジ
Centipede.
姉さんのおかげです。
This is info that Sister Centipede gave her life to pass on to us. We can't let that sacrifice be for nothing.
これ、ウイルス
If we
の
run a
仕込みは
virus through this
スメラギ
thing,
を無効化でき
can
な
we
い。
disable Sumeragi? Possibly. I don't know if we'll make it in time for tomorrow though. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to hand this off to Sawada-kyun? If we run the anti-Kimijimiko virus through this server, we might see an immediate effect.
コナちゃん、この情報を澤田に
Kona-chan,
伝
pass
えて。
this info to Sawada. When we first got back to Tanegashima, we were at a huge disadvantage. But now, the game plan is slowly coming together, piece by piece. Misaki POV. The command center inside the central command tower has overseen countless rocket launches. It's the heart of the TNSC. This is where the main staff gathers to analyze conditions and ultimately make the go, no-go decision for launch. I sit on one of the chairs and stare blankly at the small toy. Think. I took it from Dad's office. Considering I'm the one who made it, I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I took it without asking. It's already been 30 hours since we occupied the TNSC. The BHP should be loaded and ready to go. Losing the priest hurts, but the 5 staff matters I brought for the launch are here, so it isn't a particular issue. We invaded with a low head count, so we could prevent intel about targeting this island from leaking up until the very end. The more people involved, the higher the risk of information getting out. Kimijima-ko hated leaks. He even kept the info secret from the Committee of 300, his masters, at the Tavistock Institute until the very end. It's working out so far. Wyvern, this is Wizard 1. Operation complete. Oh boy. I wanted to check something. Especially since the ad break is running anyway, so... Here it is. Trying to figure out roughly how much there is. Interesting. I'm gonna fight off my listlessness and stand up. Wizard, yeah. The preparations are complete. Today, the project will come to an end.
こちらはイヴァン。
This is
了解
Wyvern.
した。
Roger that.
リミットは
Half a day until the deadline.
秋。
Aki, Kai,
間に合って。
please make it in time. And put an end to me.
そういうわけにはいかない。
That will not be happening. Someone's presence emerges behind me.
君には
I need you
彼
to
らイレギ
eliminate
ュラ
those
ーを排除してもら
irregulars
わないと。全力でね。
at all costs.
それが君の
That is your
最
final
後の仕
mission.
事だ。
Once that's done,
そ
you'll
れ
be
が終わった
released.
ら解放してあげるよ。この9年
You've done a great job over
よ
these
く
past
働い
9
てくれたね。
years.
その時には
By then,
50
5
億人
billion
が死んでい
people
る
will
わ。
be dead.
結構なことじゃない
And isn't that just wonderful? He's invading me. His presence is eating away at my body. He's poisoning my body and mind. My fingers and my arms stop moving. His will is consuming my consciousness. It feels as if dark, sticky tar is pouring into my bloodstream. Like countless parasites are wriggling underneath my skin. Like a molten steel rod is being jammed into the center of my brain. Like a giant serpent is wrapped around my limbs and violently tightening around me. It's disappearing. Whatever was left of Sanomiya Misaki. She's being infected and erased. This curse is constraining me. Aki. Kai. I exit outside. The wind is still strong and humid. But the clouds in the sky are moving along. Through the gaps between them, I get a peek at the night sky beyond.
各員聞こえて
All
いる
units, can you hear me?
第1回
First, go no go decision. Weather is a go.
Go VAB 開放
Release the VAB.
射程への移動を
Begin
開始
transfer to the launch point. The largest door in the world is slowly opening. And from the darkness emerges a pitch black rocket. The devil spear that will open the gates of hell, burning the earth to ash. And soon, it will be launched from the most beautiful launch site on the planet. The mist is clearing, and there's twips to read. Just saw real Irony Town and healed up, functioning as intended. Sleepiness has blown away. Want to pull some dirty pranks, but kept it to myself. Umisho. You need to just rest, Kai. Your time will come later. Stay in the best condition you can. Don't let everybody's hard work go to waste. Counting on you. My robot better be perfect, Aki-chan. Right, I know. Yeah, I'll leave it up to you. I'll go with that one. Your robot better be perfect. Hey, it looks like something is happening in Tanegashima. A few hours ago, a local in Tanegashima was doing a Nico live. They were building a giant robot. Also, last year's runner-up, Sanemiya Akiho, and Koichiro Fa were seen together. What do you mean? The conspiracy theories moving toward Tanegashima? I can't read. Wasn't Sanemiya Akiho at the expo yesterday? A life-size gun barrel made by high schoolers will fight to save the world or something like that. Up to the capture image. That is their robot. Just saw it. But what is that paper mache? Are they playing around in this situation? What is happening in Tanegashima? The rumors that a black hole is going to appear in Tanegashima and the world is in trouble. Black hole, lol. Yes, lol. The world is in trouble, lol. I read a post that Jaxa got taken over. When I hear about Tanegashima, I imagine the Committee of 300. Kritikani needs to fly to Tanegashima now. Haneda and Narita are both closed. No planes are flying. What are they trying to do with the paper mache? If the world is in danger, why don't they ask the police or self-defense forces, or even the U.S. Army in Okinawa? Ah yes, the old reliable U.S. Army. In this situation, I don't think any of them would listen to a story that may not be true. I fully support them because Sanemiya Akiho-chan is cute. Fair enough, I guess. I don't know. You remember the boy that was with Sanemiya Akiho Robo 1? As a person who is amazed by his operating skills, I want him to do a good job. I request a live broadcast, then I'll watch. That's no response from Sister Centipede. What does that mean? I didn't think I would get a request as Dash instead of Dash. It's been many, many years, but it seems it's time for me to break out the big guns. Oh, Dash was short for Daughter the Super Programmer. This will be on the test. I'm so OP. Daughter, please. Oh, Naya's in Tanegashima. She'll take care of it. We'll be alright, I'm sure of it. Oh, Kurisu. The sky is still dark. You can just barely make out the blood red aurora. Reporting in. Naya-san comes running into the hangar. She then calls out to everyone still working there. The rocket has begun moving from the VAB to the launch point. Estimated launch time is T-minus 8 to 9 hours. Naya-san's report causes everyone to tense up. This intel must have come from one of the JAXA employees hiding near the TMSC, monitoring the launch site. All of the JAXA employees, aside from Chief Sonami, evacuated here safely, but a few brave souls volunteered to go back to the site for surveillance. Give us one more hour, and we'll all be done. We'll be all done, rather. Akihachi-san, I need more of these screws. Where were the spares again? Furugori, how's the program coming? I'm on it right now. Worst case scenario. I'll update it while it's walking. Wait, I need about 20 male students to load the laser mount onto the truck. Why male students? Sexist. There are some people sleeping in the corner of the hangar who were unable to make it through the night. The older women are feeding all of us hot pork miso soup that they all made by borrowing the local joint's kitchen. Several cranes are gathered here at the airport. Along with the tons of cars parked in front of the hangar with their headlights on in order to supply lighting for the hangar. It's ridiculously early in the morning. And yet, the once deserted airport is filled with people. I know this is kind of an inappropriate time to say this, but it sort of feels like a festival. Dawn will be here soon. The final showdown is approaching. Robotics Club, are we all here? There's a TWIP to check. Ah. Yeah, I guess they would change from you to O. Still wasn't expecting it. If we had another half day, it could have been better. Well, yeah. Don't have enough time. Gotta work it out somehow. Nakiho is all pumped up after glancing at each of the club members gathered in the classroom. Heck, even I feel more focused after changing into my uniform like everyone else did. I wish we had a dedicated robotics club battle uniform or a pilot suit.
いりませんよ。
We don't need anything like that.
日高君は
I guess you couldn't wear one with your leg, Hidaka-kun.
そうじゃなくて。
No, that's not it.
パイロットスー
What
ツ
does mean the pilot suits are skin tights?
もしかしてスバル君
Subaru-kun, were you imagining the girls in skin tight suits?
妄想したわけ。
いや、違います。
I was not.
むしろ
I'd rather focus on the boys' crotches. Dude.
一番の変態。
Surprising absolutely nobody. Kona-chan is the biggest pervert here. Juna going silent. Meanwhile, her pure-hearted Juna has turned bright red. That's probably the correct reaction. Alright, quiet everyone.
ガンツク1の改良は
Modifications of God Build 1 have been completed.
みんな本当に
I'd like to
ご苦労
truly
様
thank you all for all your hard work.
手伝ってくれたみんなにも
I plan to say thanks to everyone who helped us out, but I wanted to say it to you guys
部員
first.
のみんなに
She bows her head to us. Both Subaru and Juno look somewhat proud. Frau, meanwhile, well, she's fidgeting about as usual. I think we did everything we could with the time we had.
あとはどう
All that's left is figure out how to fight and how to win.
というわけで
And with that, I'd like to begin the mission briefing for our Operation Take Back TNSC.
ナイさん
Nice-san, the map, please. She spreads open a large paper map. Two of them, in fact. One is the entire island of Tanegashima. The other is of the Tanegashima Space Center campus. Naya-san, Michi, and Doc are also present at the meeting.
今回の戦いは
I believe you're all aware of that the entire planet and mankind itself is at stake.
ってことは知ってると思う。うちらだけで
And we have to do something about it.
負けたら
If we lose, 5 billion people die. On top of that, Earth will turn into a planet of death ruled by evildoers.
絶対に負けられない戦い
This is a fight that we cannot afford to lose.
でも大丈夫
But it's going to be okay.
正義はうちらに
Justice is on our side.
だから絶対
And
に
it will
勝
win.
てる
Jakeen! You guys can do it too, you know.
話を先に進めましょう。
Let's get down to business.
はい
Okay. Lucky's shoulders drop in disappointment for a moment before she collects herself.
じゃあ
Recollects
宇宙セ
herself.
ンターの最新情報について
I'll have Naya-san
ナイ
repeat
さん
report the latest info on the Space Center.
BHB を搭載した敵のロケット
The enemy's rocket is currently loaded with the BHB. We'll be referring to it as codename Black One going forward.
黒いの1号は現在
Black One is being fueled at Yoshinobu Launch Pad 1 at Tanegashima Space Center's Osaki Launch Complex.
打ち上げ予定の
The estimated launch time is between noon and 1
お
p.m.
昼の12時から13時くらいだと予想されますテロリストの残り人数
There are 5 remaining terrorists that we know of. Naya-san captured the 4 that had raided the old airport. She tried to extract info from them, but they didn't
ほぼ
budge.
全員
It's safe to assume that all of them are armed.
コナちゃんのホテルを襲
The
撃して
people
き
who
た
raided
人たちは
Kona-chan's hotel
ハンド
room
ガン
only
しか持って
carried
なかったんです
handguns.
けどもしかすると
However, they may be equipped with assault rifles or sniper rifles as well.
テロリストのメンバーは
It seems that all the terrorists except for one are familiar with how to launch a rocket.
持つメンバーみたいでして私たちの襲撃に
Instead of
備
preparing
えてい
for
る
assault,
というより
we must be focused on getting the rocket ready for launch. It's possible that they have drones too, but even if they did, they shouldn't be able to use them right now. So, our only real threat among the terrorists is one person. Senami Misaki and her giant hug.
ですね。
Oh, that was Akiho. Naya-san nods firmly.
うちのお姉ちゃんが登場して
I'm assuming Rocky that my sister is on is positioned between LP1 and the VAB.
間に配置されてる。敵の親玉
Nanami's kingpin, Kimijimako, is already aware of our existence, so they'll be ready for our assault.
それ以外に
Other than that, the space center should be empty. That's the current status of the TNSC, huh?
以上を踏まえての
They're,
こっちの作
these
戦
are the things that we need to be aware of as we make our plans.
まとめてくれたスバル
You handle things from here, Subaru. You're the one who put everything together.
その前にヤシオ先輩
Before that, Yoshio
エグゾ
senpai.
スケルトン社
Have you
の
heard anything about the anti-Kimijimako virus from your ex-co contact?
いやまだ
No, not yet. We might not have it in time.
そうですか
I see. Subaru doesn't back down, however. Judging by his response, it would appear that he wasn't expecting it to be ready from the start.
では
In that case, I'll assume that the anti-Kimijimako virus is unavailable.
まずこちらの
First of
勝
all,
利条
I
件を
identified the
設定しました
following as our victory condition.
勝利条件は
Prevent the launch of
もちろん
Black One.
黒いの1号を打ち上げその勝利条件を
We'll
もとに
divide our forces into
戦力を
three
3つ
groups
に分け
based on
ま
this
す
condition.
A 部隊は
Unit A will be the
試作
team
1号機
operating
械を運
Gunville
用する
Prototype Model 1.
スーパーガンツクワン
Super Gunville 1.
はい
Pardon?
呼び方
That's his name. Super Gunville 1.
スバル
Subaru?
ナンセンスだ
What nonsense.
でもここで
But we
言い
don't
合
have
って
time to
も
argue
暇はない
about this right now. Ahem.
A 部隊は
Unit A will be the team operating Super Gunbuild 1, the CT Robotics clone.
B 部隊は
Unit B will be the infiltration team led by Tonoji-san.
C 部隊は
Unit C will be a trucking unit that will charge into the TNSC should our plan fail.
トラック部隊です
C 部隊は
Unit C will be on standby in the back during the mission.
基本的には
Assume we won't be using them, as we can't rely on their combat
当てにしちゃ
capabilities.
ダメだからね C 部隊が動く
Unit C will only mobilize if you have no means of which to stop the launch.
物量作戦に
If they do mobilize, we'll storm in from the west and north sides. It's basically a suicide mission.
味方が犠牲になる C 部隊を動かさない
We have to try our hardest to make sure it doesn't come to that.
C 部隊の指揮は
Doc is going to take command of Unit C. Aye, you got it.
というわけで
As you can
作戦
see,
は主に A
the
部
mission
隊
will
と B 部
consist
隊
of
で
mainly
実行しま
Unit
す
A
が
and Unit B.
大崎社長に突
The
入する
CT Robotics
中種
Club,
ロボの
Unit
A
A,
部隊は
which will raid the Osaki launch complex, is a feint unit.
陽動部隊と
A decoy, so to speak.
陽動
What?
その名の通り
We're going to be the
おとり
bait.
です
おとりとしての役割
Is
だ
that
け
such a
でいい
good idea?
でもミサネを
If we don't
倒さな
defeat
くちゃ
Misane,
ロケット打ち
we
上げは
can't
阻止
stop
で
the
きないよ
launch.
カイ最後まで聞いて
Let him finish, Kai. I shut up. Akio and Subaru must have a plan. I don't really care if I'm bait or not, as long as I get to fight Misane.
勝利条件をさっき
I already laid
最
out
初
the
に提示
conditions
した
for
はずです
victory earlier.
目的はあくまで
Our goal is strictly to prevent the rocket from launching, not to defeat Sanami and Misaki and Sumeragi.
なので
Hence, Unit B and its 4 members will be the main unit in this operation. Maya-san nods vigorously. Judging by her response, she already agreed to this plan.
B 部隊のメンバーは4人
The rendezvous with the
途中
two
大
on-site
崎社長を監視している
personnel
二
eyeing
人
the
と合流して
Osaki
もらって
launch complex
6人で
and
総合
infiltrate
司
the
令塔へ
command
潜入してくだ
tower.
さいもしかすると
It's possible they'll run into
武装
armed
したテロリストと遭遇する可
terrorists.
能性もあります
This includes Kimijimako.
それと君島コード
大丈夫
We'll be
心
okay.
強いメ
My
ンバー
people are
ばかり
extremely reliable.
乾さんと近藤
Inui-san and Kondo-san are policemen, and Haba-san is a firefighter. They're as tough as they come.
一緒なら100人力ですよ私だって
Not to mention, I'm no slouch myself. We have a total of 4 handguns that we confiscated from the terrorists. Inoue-san and Kondo-san each have their police handguns. We also have 2 submachine guns and 10 grenades we procured from a certain source. Aha. Right. What exactly is the source again? Don't worry about it. What an oddball. Once you make it to the command center, please shut down the rocket launch operation. This is how we win. Understood. Naya-san is almost too perfect to lead the infiltration unit. She has great combat skills, knows the TNSC facility inside and out, and she's armed. And since there aren't very many active terrorists on the opposing side, she won't be outnumbered. However, the hostage might be put in danger. Are we okay with that? The Chief of TNSC, Mr. Sonomiya, has been taken hostage. If they find out about our plan, he could very well be killed as a result. We don't have time to discuss it. Are you okay with that, Aki-chan? Nakiho shakes her head side to side rigorously. Of course I'm not. But we're not the special forces or the military. We can't come up with the perfect plan. That's why there are things we'll have to sacrifice in order to get this right. All I can do is hope that he'll be okay. Akio is obviously doing her best to not let her personal feelings leak out. She's biting down tightly on her lip, and her hands are clenched into tight fists. She's trying desperately not to think about the possibility that her father may be murdered by her own sister. Which is why I opt not to pry any further. Moving on. In order to avert their attention away from Unit B's actions, we need Super Gun Build 1 to make a huge scene. Super Gun Build 1 will march from the old airport all the way to the TNSC. Can we just bring him near the Space Center using the trucks? Super Gun Build 1 can't stand on its own. If it gets attacked mid-transport, we won't have any countermeasures. Which means that we should just walk it all the way there. It may sound foolish, but since we have a good idea of when the rocket will launch, we don't need to rush. It'll serve as somewhat of a trial run. Furugori also hasn't finished updating the programming. Besides, if you make a show of our approach like that, they'll be distracted by Super Gunbill 1, right? It'll make it that much easier for Naya-san's unit to sneak in. The Subaraki is currently at the Osaki launch complex, but it may move up to meet us in combat. In which case, we have the upper hand. And I'll leave the TNSC practically defenseless. By the way, I'm not planning to tie with Misane. I'm going to beat her. Will that be a problem? Think you have what it takes, escort? Doc has been patiently listening up until now. He has a big grin on his face. Not too shabby, kid. Thanks. There's no problem with you beating Sumeragi. You can win, Kai. Justice is on our side.
僕も勝て
I
ると
also
思います
believe that you can win. Huh. I also didn't expect Subaru to agree. I figured he'd tell me to quit dreaming or something. But of course, Subaru doesn't stop there.
ただし
However, that is only limited to Subaragi.
ですよ
何がいい
What are you getting at?
神凪に勝てる見込み
The chances of you defeating Kaminagi are exponentially
僕はそう
low.
考えていますだからこそ
This is why I designated Super Gundam 1 as bait. It's right there that there's a hopeless gap between our basic capabilities. It may bug me, but I'm glad that Subaru is able to maintain his cool through all of this.
じゃあ対
Alright, so if we're dealing with Kaminagi, my skills as a pilot are gonna be pushed to the limit. That in and of itself gets me fired up, so I can't say I mind too much. It is pretty annoying though.
改良した1号機について聞いていいかな
Let's talk about Model 1. How has it been modified? Subaru nods.
足のモーターをモノポール
Its legs now use monopole motors, so its walk speed is far faster than the originals,
段違いです
even if it's not as fast as
試作
Model
2号機ほ
2.
どではないですが一番大きな変更点は
The biggest chance
両腕を
is
外
that
したことです
change is that we've removed its arms.
結局外したんだ
Huh. So you did lop them off.
ただの飾りでしたから
They were just decorative after all. The brass doesn't.
それ昨日も
You said that yesterday too.
腕を外して
You removed the arms and attached a pile bunker, yeah? Correct. It's stock special build. Just one for now. It's on the left arm. The second one is still being tuned. It's not ready yet. It'll be complete in a couple of hours. What's done? We'll catch up to you by truck.
道中で装着
We'll be equipping it on the way there.
できるの
Can we do that? The attachments are pre-installed. All we gotta do is put it on. Of course, we'll require crane operation and professional operators. Right now, Gunbuild 1 is equipped with a sandbag to act as a counterweight to maintain balance. It looks crazy ugly. It's huge progress that Akiho was willing to compromise. We installed a servometer on the shoulders for angle modification, but there are only 3 levels of adjustment. The default position is facing down. This is the position you'll return to after firing. Next is a 45-degree angle. This isn't for dealing with Kaminagi, so we may not have a use for this. We'll see about that. Lastly, 90 degrees. This is for fighting Subaragi. Is there a limit to how many times you can use the pile bunker? It depends on your power supply. It eats up a lot of energy. It won't be a problem if power is supplied constantly via laser transmission. But be careful if you're operating on battery power. The laser gun will be loaded onto Mr. Nagafekata's truck, which will follow behind Super God Build 1. However, things are going to get rough during combat, so please don't necessarily expect a consistent supply of power. Also, please keep this in mind if you're going to attack using the pile bunker. When you fire it, there's no doubt the recoil will bang up not just the enemy, but our robots too. If that happens, they'll be useless. Depending on the circumstances, you may only be able to use it once. Don't forget that. Got it. The pile bunker is tuned strictly for firepower. However, it's not powerful enough to destroy Sumeragi's armor. In fact, if it hits somewhere durable, Super Gun Build 1 is the one that will be incapacitated, as Doc said. I looked over Sumeragi's specifications, so even if we took out one of its 6 legs, we wouldn't be able to stop it. That's probably why it has 6 legs. And because of those things, it won't be easy to launch a close-range attack on its torso. However, there is one exception. Using a spider as reference, it would be where the eyes would be. The FOS is located there. The finger operating system, right? Correct. In essence, it's the brain that controls the movement of the 6 legs. If we can take that out, we can incapacitate Sumeragi. Think you can manage that? It'll require impeccable aim. And I've got no choice. I'm not in a position where I can choose whether I can or can't do. I just gotta do it. And the problem is that Sumeragi has a projectile attack. We have to figure out how to deal with its missiles. Furugori can speak to that. The info we got from Aritan was super useful. We'll use the DG297 app that Sawada-kun sent us yesterday. Everyone had already installed it on their Pokécoms. That's all, folks. Questions? Hey, Frau Bo. You didn't actually explain anything. Basically, we're gonna blind the missiles. In order to do that, all we have to do is place geotags all over the Osaki launch complex. Will that be enough? DG297 is an app that was created to function like Either-O. You can see Either-O geotags as well as place them. We have Frau explain to us the effect that placing geotags has on the missiles. This method gives us the ability to engage in hand-to-hand combat without worrying about them. Much like Gun Barrel, we don't have any projectile weapons, but this should allow us to cover that handicap, should be the keyword. This way, I can bust the FOS with a pile bunker and disable Sumeragi. We may have a chance. Looks like we don't have to worry about missiles hitting the Thunder Emperor. Even without the missiles, it's not gonna be easy closing in on Sumeragi. Makes sense. And remember, if you lure it into hand-to-hand combat, each of the front legs are equipped with a blade. Those are what destroyed Model 2. Well, I'll just have to deal with those using my skills.
そんな簡単なノリで大丈夫なの
Should you really be taking them so lightly?
もしブレードをボディに
If even one of those blades hits Super Gun Build one's body,
ヤシオ先輩は
you're dead,
死にます
Yoshio Senpai. A tense moment of silence.
そんなヘマをするほど
Come
俺
on,
は
I don't
下手く
suck
そじゃ
that bad.
それに俺だって
Besides,
一応
I have a
策を
plan of
用
my
意したんで
own.
ね
策
A plan?
俺にはスローモ
I have a special ability I call slow-mo.
こいつ
For
は
those of
ま
you
あ
who don't
知
know,
ってる人は
looks like I'm having a
知ってる
seizure when it
頭にはおっ
happens.
さんに見えるからね
Because you are having a seizure when it happens.
それが起きると反応
When
速度
slow-mo
10倍
occurs,
ぐ
my
らい
reaction speed gets 10 times faster.
そいつを任意に
Thanks to this little device, I could trigger it on command. I pointed the EM irradiation device sitting up by my feet. The circuit board I got from the old community center the day before had already been inserted. I tested it out myself earlier, and it worked like a charm.
だから今の俺の
Let's just say my current reaction speed is pretty OP.
カイ
Kai.
まあそんなわけで
Anyway,
スーパー
I
ガン
can somewhat
の
cover
機体
for
性能
Super
の悪さ
Gumbo 1's
俺の
flaws
腕で
with my
多
own
少はフォローできるは
abilities.
ず
Like Subaru said at the start, it should be enough to take down Subaragi. The problem is Kaminagi. If it gets deployed to buy time, then we're screwed. As far as the robot's raw capabilities are concerned, our odds are 0 to 10. We have no chance. And that's why I didn't object to Naya-san's Unit B being the primary strike force.
雷を引っ張り出せたとしても
Even if you manage to drag Kaminagi out,
無理はし
don't
ない
push yourself too hard, Kai.
向こうが時間稼ぎに
If they want to buy time,
こっち
we
も
can play that
時間
game
稼
too.
ぎをすればいいそうです
That's right. Leave the heavy lifting to me and my people.
私に任せてください
了解
Roger that. That said, I'm not looking for a draw here. This is the fight to determine who's the best in the world. Isn't that right, Misane?
作戦については以上
That's everything.
じゃあ A 部隊
It's time for me to
の
announce
人
the
員配置を
positions for
発表するね
Unit A. What?
スーパーガンツクワ
Super Gumbo 1's pilot will be Kai.
当然だよ
Duh.
今回ばか
I
り
don't plan on giving that up to anyone this time around.
その後に
Behind him will be Michi, driving the Thunder
続
Emperor.
いて
Got it.
演芸者はサンダ
And
ー
the power source vehicle will be pulled by the Thunder Emperor.
事故
Mitsuko, you best drive smoothly.
分かってるって
I know, I
いつ
know.
も言ってる
I
かな
told you. I always follow the
これは
speed
法定速度は
limit.
守る
That's a
主義なん
tip.
俺雨なそれとお前
Plus,
らの活
I'll
躍
be
は
live streaming this all
世
over
界
the
中に
world,
映像と
so I've
して
gotta make sure the
しっかり
picture's
中継して
good.
やる
You're in good
任せとけ
hands. Michi likes to record everything on video, but I've never actually seen any footages taken though.
サンダーエンペラーの荷台に
The moment for the laser transmission gun will be on the Thunder Emperor's bed. June, you'll be operating it. Asu,
振り落とされないように
try not to
気を
get
つけて
tossed off the truck, okay? Asu.
フラウボーもサンダー
Fraubo,
エンペラー
you'll
の
be sitting in the
席に座ってもら
passenger
って
seat of the Thunder
スーパー
Emperor,
ガンツ
so you can
クワの
update
システム
Super
更新
Gumball
をね
1.
なんだと
Excuse me.
プログラムに集中してもら
We'll
わな
need
く
you
ちゃ
to
いけ
focus
ない
on
でしょ
programming. Plus, you don't even have a scooter license,
原付免許も
Fraubo.
持ってないじゃん
座席が
It'll be your fault if the seat gets covered in puke.
先生の
My
運転は
driving
そんな
isn't
にひどく
that
ねえって
bad. Yeah, it is.
こやつね
Haha, silly man.
僕とドクは
Doc and I will remain here to finish tuning the second pilot bunker.
後で
Right,
合流して
meet up with us later. In charge of Unit A will be me, Senomiya Akiho. Hello. Should I take that as a no?
何言ってんの
What are you saying?
誰も異論はない
It means no one objects.
ま
Well, you're the president, I suppose. I'll let you have the spotlight this time. I don't think anyone else can be the commander except you, Akiho-chan. A new archetype is born. Coolest commander-in-chief. I like it. Dude.
よろしく頼むよ
We're counting on you, President. Right. Okay, everyone. Huddle up. Akiho loves sporty stuff like this. Despite usually being annoyed by her antics, not a single one of us disobeys. Let's win this thing with the power of our dreams, courage, and friendship. Everyone, all together now. Say it to your Robotics Club. Blast of Spirit. Yoira Iki. Well, that was a little embarrassing. But oddly enough, I think it helped us feel like we could do this. Frow's face, yeah. Okay, gonna take a small break, and then hopefully no more breaks until the end. We'll see. Break time, though. Get up and stretch if you gotta. I'm not sure it'll let me run another ad break. We'll see. And we're back. Let's look at some twips. And people on the island, thank you so much. You made it thanks to your hard work. We were able to keep going because you were there. Despite its bad shape and poor functionality, Super Gun Build 1 is looking cool. Super Gun Build 1 Kun is such a good looking guy. You mean cute rather than cool, SMH. The model it was based off on was good because Korogori Minami poured her soul into it. We will win this fight. Storm and Surge, Blast of Spirit, Gun Barrel. You have the weight of Space Caddy on your shoulders. Do your best, Robotics Club. Looks like they're going soon. I hope they're okay. I don't know the details, but the fate of the world is on our son's shoulders. Let's send him off proudly. There are times when boys have to fight. It's okay to read boys as men. I'm not ready to die, damn it. I and all the students will come back alive, so I won't prepare for my death. You gotta send him Yumisaki. Udia is really pissed at you in heaven. This is sad. Until a couple days ago, all the workers were excited about the first rocket launch in 5 years, but now we're trying to prevent it. But we'll not let them launch the rocket, and we promise to save the director. That is the will of the TNSC workers. By the time I got back to the old airport, the sky had begun to brighten. I got some time until Super Gun Build 1 deploys, so I head out onto the runway. I spin around in place and take a look up at the sky. Pretty soon, the morning sun will rise from the city side. I can't see the sun peeking out from the horizon. But the winter morning air is as fresh as ever. Maybe it's because of all that rain last night. Although it's a little chilly, breathing in the cold air calms my nerves. I place one hand on my hip and take a drink from a bottle of fruit sour melon. They don't sell these in Tokyo, so I was only drinking Skull when I was there. Akio was happy about it, but I was craving fruit sour melon the entire time. I took down the bottle, all while thinking to myself that this is kind of like my own personal Last Supper. It's then that I catch Akiho heading toward me from the hangar. Kai. She waves at me. Other preparations complete? Almost there. I see. Silence. The two of us stare at the eastward sky in complete silence. Akiho fidgets a little, telling me that she must want to say something. But for whatever reason, she can't seem to put it into words. I actually had something I wanted to tell her, so I opt to go first. Aki-chan, here, take this. I pulled out the controller for the EM irradiation device. But Akiho doesn't take it. If I press this, you'll get an attack, right? Yep, and that's the idea. You can't do that. I know better than anyone else how painful your attacks are. And that's exactly why I'm giving it to you. I'm entrusting this to you, and only you, Aki-chan. I face her and look directly into her eyes. Aki-chan, don't look away. Kai, when I tell you to press it, you can't hesitate, no matter what. But promise me. I need this in order to beat Misane.
たじゃない
You
か
told me yourself, right?
ミサネを
Beat
倒してって
Misane.
俺はその約
I
束を
intend to
守る
keep that promise.
だから
And that's why you need to
アキちゃ
promise
ん
me
もこ
too,
こで俺と
Aki-chan.
約束してくれ
Right here and now.
このボタンを押すこと
Promise
た
that
め
you
らわ
won't
ない
hesitate to press this button.
はい
Kai,
約束してよ
promise
頼
me,
むからさ
please.
でないと
Otherwise, I won't be able to pilot the robot with any sort of peace of mind.
今までうちのこと
But you're the one who
散々
always
信用
says
して
you
ない
have
って
zero
言っ
faith
て
in
たくせ
me.
に
だから
Which is exactly why
今日
today,
初めて
I'm putting my
アキ
faith
ちゃ
in
ん
you
を
for the
信じ
very
る
first time. Akiko silently takes the controller.
ありがとう
Thanks.
ねえカイ
Hey, Kai,
無理だけは
just don't overdo it.
パイロットをカイにお
I know
願
I
いした
might
の
not
は
have the
嘘だ
right
か
to
ら
say this, since I'm the one who forced you to pilot the robot, but
ないのかもしれないけどもし
If-
カイ
if you were to get hurt,
怪我したらって思うと怪我だけじゃない
or if something even worse happens, I don't...
もしも
Yeah, I know. I might die. I can't bank on Misane taking it easy on me. The battlefield we're about to head into isn't a playground.
もし
If I lose you,
うち
I won't be able to handle it.
決戦直前だって
Come
いう
on.
のに
This
部長
isn't
がそ
to
んな顔
face
してて
the
どうす
face
ん
our
の
president should be making before a final battle.
うん
I know. Akiko rubs her eyes. I forced out a wry smile.
ねえアキちゃんさ
Hey, Haki-chan,
アメちゃんある
got any candy?
え
What?
アメちゃん
Candy. Jeez, Kai.
帰ったらあるよ
Yeah,
一個だけな
just
ら
one. Akiko smiles and pulls out a space candy from her shirt pocket.
ありがとう
Thanks.
後で返すよ。
I'll pay you back later. I take it from her. And her fingers touch.
ああそれと
Oh, and
勝利の女神の祝
I
福
think I
っ
can
て
get a
ことで
blessing
さ
from the goddess of victory.
キスしていい
You know, like a kiss.
アキちゃん
Lucky-chan?
あ
No, with
うちで
me?
いい
Are
の
you sure?
お姉ちゃんじゃなくて
Wouldn't you
うちで
rather have one from Big Sis? The one that might kill him? Probably not.
アキちゃんじゃなきゃ
It has to be you,
嫌なんだけど。
Aki-chan. While fidgeting and facing down, Akiho takes one step toward me.
じゃあ
Fine. Just this once. No. She looks up at me and closes her eyes. I can see that her lips are slightly trembling. She's totally nervous. That's adorable. Not that I can talk. My heart's pounding a mile a minute. I take Akiho's hand. And our lips meet. Just a light touch. The moment our lips touched, I can feel her hand tremble. But then she squeezes mine in return. That emote, hello. I love that emote so much. That's amazing. We look at each other.
メロンの味。
It tastes like melon. She says.
さっきフルーツ
No,
サワー
I
メロ
did
ン
have
飲ん
a
だから。
fruit sour melon earlier. Kai.
カイ。うちね、
Like,
ずっと
for the longest
カイの
time,
ことが
I...
それは
Let's save that for
戦
after
い
the
が終わ
battle
って
is
からにしよ
over.
う。
で
Huh?
もそうすると
But that's a total
死亡
death
クラブになっ
flag.
ちゃうよ。
Death flag?
何それ。
Are you kidding me?
俺が負けるわけないで
There's
しょ。
no way in hell I'm gonna
俺を
lose.
誰
Who
だ
do
と
you
思って
think I
るわけ。
am? Unfortunately, Kai, that is also another death flag.
世界ランク2位だ
I'm
よ。
the second best in the world. Number 2. I know.
だったら
I believe in you. And at that moment, the dazzling morning sunlight pierces my eyes. And the sun has risen, marking the beginning of the day of the final battle. The rain clouds from the night before have vanished. Today's gonna be nice and sunny. There's no turning back. Everything will be decided today.
カイ、
Kai,
お姉ちゃんのこと
take care of Big Sis for me.
世界を救う戦いだと誰かが言った。
Someone once said that this is a battle to save the world.
お前たちに全人
Someone
類
once
の
said that
希
the
望が
hope
か
of
か
all
っている。
mankind rests on our
誰かが言っ
shoulders.
た。でも
But
俺にとっては
I
そんな
don't
こと
care about
興
any
味は
of that stuff.
これは所詮
This is just to
自分の
satisfy
中
my
の
own
衝動を満たす
impulses.
ためのもの。最強のライ
I
バル。
mean, getting to fight your
このシ
greatest
チュエーショ
rival
ンで戦え
in
る
a
なんて
situation like this,
ゾクゾク
it
する
really
じゃない
gets your
か。
blood pumping, doesn't it?
もっとゆっくり丁寧に。
それが不謹慎
I
だと
couldn't care
俺を
less if people
構
think
う。
I'm some immoral
綺麗
asshole.
事じゃないん
I
だ。
don't mince words.
興味があるのは
The only thing I care about is beating the number
全
one
国
player
ラ
in
ン
the
キング
world
1位のや
and
つを
taking their
倒して
spot on the top of the leaderboard.
全員一になることだけ。その先にあるもん。
Is there anything you want to do after that, you may ask?
その先なん
No,
て何もない。
there's nothing.
何もない
Nothing
ん
at
だ。
all.
それでも、
But despite that,
いや、
or rather,
だからこ
because
そ
of that,
求
I
めるんだ
have to
よ。
do it.
だって俺は
After all,
英雄でもなく、
I'm no hero.
軍人でもな
I'm no soldier.
く、ロボットアニメの主
I'm
人
not the
公なんだ。
protagonist of some mecha anime either. Oh, yes, you are, buddy. Granted, the anime adaptation, but still.
電源供給開始。
システムリンク、オンライン。
I hate to do this, but I think I'm gonna have to call it here because I'm not feeling well. Depending on when I finish editing Zero Escape tomorrow, I might continue this tomorrow before we do Zero Escape or Monday. I definitely want to do it before. Like, I still want to finish it this weekend, but I'm afraid not tonight because I am feeling awful. Yay. Chronic illness. Go Burr. But yeah, I don't think I can push through it because I've been feeling bad pretty much the entire time, and it's already been like 4 hours and it's not really subsiding. So I think that means I should stop, and yeah. But yeah, we'll finish it either tomorrow before we finish Zero Escape or Monday before nap. I'll keep you guys updated on the Discord and keep an eye out on Blue Sky as well, or just keep an eye out on your Twitch notifications. We are definitely... There shouldn't be too much longer left. I estimate maybe 2 hours max, which is 2 hours that I do not have in me right now, I'm afraid. I do feel bad because it's like, oh yeah, we'll finish it all today, and my health said no. No, you will not, actually. It makes me wish I'd actually started an hour earlier like I was considering, but can't go back in time, am I right? But yeah, maybe tomorrow, if not tomorrow for sure Monday. That is the plan. As far as the YouTube video will be concerned, it will be all edited, so it would be like I never took this break. That was a weird hiccup. But yeah, I do apologize for that, because that is inconvenient. BGM, come to me. Hello. Blah 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 blah. Gotta do what you gotta do, yeah. Let's see if we can find someone to raid. Okay. I was considering maybe raiding Ritsu VR, but their thing says 24-hour stream and they're already almost at the 24 hours, so perhaps not Ritsu this time. Let's see. Who else is live right now? Alright, I can do the silly raid browser thing that Twitch did. Let's see. Let's raid Mars. Meet us Mars. They're doing some Smash Bros. Yeah, that'll be the plan. Yeah, I think that'll do it for tonight. Thank you guys so much for joining. Sorry for the dissatisfactory ending with the ending here. But, I hope you look forward to finishing the game, even though it'll be, like, an off regular stream hours time. But, yeah. I got nothing else to offer, I'm afraid, because I want to, like, any thoughts that I have about, like, the actual game stuff, I want to save it for when after we actually finish the game. Yeah. So that'll do it. Until next time, bye-bye, everyone.